everybody, and welcome to the PMPL qualifiers. My name is Hiprain, and I am joined by the wonderful Monica. Monica, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. It is currently 4:30 a.m. here in the United States, and also morning time for these players. So we're all bright and early. The early bird gets the worm for sure. I'm super excited to be here. It's interesting to come from a different region, North America, to come over here. But there's so much talent in Europe. We got to know these teams a little bit more, and we are so excited for this weekend and to see which top 8 teams are going to end up qualifying for PMPL on Sunday.
So actually, while we talk about differences between NA and EU, do you think there'll be a bit of a meta difference here for the teams, or do you think it's more or less, just individual players that will be different?
I think it's gonna be interesting how it all unfolds. Obviously, these teams are still trying to get into the PMPL. We have teams that are qualified from an invite slot from last season's PMPL. We have teams qualifying from their specific regional PMCOs, and then we have teams that are actually qualifying through PMNC, which, if you didn't know, is the collegiate level of PUBG Mobile. I do tend to see Europe. They do like to take their action real nice early and fast, trying to get those really aggressive kill points at the beginning. So it'll definitely be a lot of action, especially on Sanhok, where it's very RNG fight. Everyone is just kind of clustered together, half the size of Erangel and Miramar. So those ones for sure, I think, are the games to watch out for. I guess for you, Hiprain, coming over to PUBG Mobile, what are you most excited about for this tournament, or just kind of some notes that you had?
I'm just really excited to see how these games play out. Obviously, I'm a MOBA guy. I'm from a completely different genre, but I've been watching so much PUBG over the last few days. I'm just so excited to see how these teams will be playing playing different maps. We're playing 5 games a day, so 15 games over the next 3 days. And for me, the big thing that I'm really excited about is actually seeing how teams adapt, especially those ones at the bottom. Because if you're dropping on the same places as other people, are you going to drop the ego and maybe look to go somewhere else, or are you just going to try and fight it out and see where the improvement is there? So I think that's going to be my main thing, is just the adaptation of the teams over the next 3 days. Let's talk about the format, though, because I believe we have a graphic to bring up, and we'll just talk about how everything will be playing out here at the PMPL qualifiers. Nope, this is the participating teams. That's fine. Monica, I'm going to ask you the question. Which of these teams jump out to you? Give me 3 teams that you're really excited about.
I mean, the first team right off the bat, team number 1 that really jumps out to me is LMV Gaming. So they actually came up with this name just as previous players on their roster. They just kind of randomly picked letters from the different members of their team and kind of threw it together. We're like, well, that sounds great. Let's just go with LMV Gaming. So that's how they got their name there. I would say this team is probably one of the longest standing teams, and that they've been playing together since 2019. And they're just great friends, great synergy all the way around. I think they just had a real big breakthrough last season and be able to qualify up into the PMPL levels. So this team definitely one to watch out for. I think another one, LakoNostra, definitely our Albanian team. One of them, they are, have such a huge following. I think they've done so well for themselves. And very interestingly, they've had 2 of their players, Inori and Bujo, which they've been in the competitive scene since like 2018, I believe, in IGL and co-IGL right now. Previously, they were on 2 separate teams. They've been rivals for multiple years and suddenly have now come together to be on the same roster together. So definitely, the tale of old rivals now turned teammates. Really hoping to see some great stuff from them. But all these teams in this lobby, I think, are just going to be really, really just highlight reel after highlight reel, just exciting stuff coming out from all of them.
I'm super excited to get into the action as well. Panda, for me, team I'm kind of excited about. All Chinese team, except they're in Berlin, I believe. So, curious to see how these guys going to be playing.
Yeah, the Panda team, they're definitely the all Chinese team. They actually, some of the players there are actually from the same province that my family's from, so got a little rooting for them just unofficially. But the Chinese New Year, the Lunar New Year, is just around the corner on Monday, so hopefully the New Year's luck is with them and they're able to take that top 8 and qualify into PMPL.
Well, let's bring up the format and talk about today's format. I believe we have that graphic ready. Hopefully. We don't have that ready, don't worry. We can continue to talk a little bit more about these teams. Are there any maybe dark horse teams that you think that are jumping out?
Yeah, definitely. So the format is going to be Erangel, Sanhok, yes. I believe is the second one, and then Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel. So Erangel, that's the map everybody loves, right? That was the first map that ever came out within the game. It's the one that everyone probably plays the most and knows, every single little inch of the map, probably like the back of their hand. So we got 3 Erangels, 1 Sanhok, and 1 Miramar. So if you got a team that has a really favorable position, such as 5 threats in Pachinki, or let's see, we got TSC over in the farm kind of split area, they're going to be able to really rack up those points because they're already setting themselves up so well at the beginning stages to really bring them into the end game and get as many points as possible.
Yeah. I mean, you can see here the schedule for today. This is the same schedule every day, so we will be having 9 games on Erangel by the end of Sunday. Only 3 on Sanhok and Miramar as well. So kind of going back to what I was talking about earlier, the adaptation is going to be interesting, mainly because you've got a lot of games on Erangel over the next 3 days, so you can see a bit of shifting and stuff. But you only have one game on Sanhok and Miramar per day, so adaptation might be a little bit different on those maps. And like you said, Sanhok's such a smaller map for the other two that it could just be a real bloodbath, and teams might not be able to figure out in time how to adapt on those, where they're dropping and stuff like that. So this is honestly going to be a really interesting lineup to watch over the next 3 days. That's what I'm most excited about. It's just seeing the drop pattern, seeing where people go, how they're going to be kind of rotating around. Who's going to be kind of clinging to the edge of the circle, who's going to try and go deeper in and bunker down, get a good position. I just want to get into the action, Monica. I'm itching to get going.
We've been waiting. Like everyone has been waiting to see this. But let's just dive right into the points real quick. So we do have first place. They do get 15 points, and this is the same structure that's been from the previous year, right? So we all know 15 points for first place, 12 points for second, 10th or third. But then unfortunately, if you do go out early, like 13th through 16th, even down, like all the way down to, if you go 7th through 16th, there's barely any placement points to be had. So it's in their interest to like, hey, let's survive into the late game, at least 6th place, get decent amount of placement points, and then rack up as many kills as possible as well. This was actually I don't know if you knew this, but 2 years ago or so, the point system was actually like 20 points for first place, and then I believe it was like 15 or 13 for second place, etc. So it used to be skewed much higher, but after they changed to this point distribution, it's really just the kill points are just worth so much more because the placement points were shrunken down a little bit. We definitely have seen a little bit more of an aggressive play style come out from that from all regions around the world.
Yeah, it's not just about being able to survive. It is about being able to pick off these squads and get yourself those additional points, because you got 15 games. If you don't make top 8, that's it, done. So it's all about making that top 8 spot and qualifying through. So obviously 15 points just for taking first is great. You are going to try and get some kills because it's about consistency over the next 3 days for these teams, and the teams consistently at the bottom, it's going to be on them to really play upset and try and pull themselves back. Here we have the format. So there's 16 teams obviously playing over the next 3 days. We've got 5 matches per day. 64 players taking part. So there's a lot of people involved in these PMPL qualifiers. Yeah, it's going to be fun. The next 5 matches over the next 3 days, 5 matches. A lot of games to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, so all the regions across the world, like EU or West EU for us, we got North America today, we got I believe Indonesia going on right now as well. So it's like all of them regions. I couldn't even list them all. They have the 16 regions trying to qualify for PMPL, top 8 from I believe from all of them 3 days. This is actually a little bit of a new structure than from last year. Last year, if you guys remember, it was like PMCO up into PMPL, and then from there qualifying up into PMGC. So it's a little bit of a different structure. I think really kind of opens up, giving a lot more opportunities, because before last year, if you remember, like PMCO, I believe it was top 3, I want to, don't quote me on that, but like top 3 or so, that it was just so competitive. Usually it was like, okay, we already kind of know the top 3 teams are these teams. They're probably going to be the ones to qualify. But this time though, top 8, you just need to be in the top 50% to make it to the big boy stage, PMPL. And I think this is going to foster so much more competition, bring so much more players into the professional scene. It's going to be one of the best years of PUBG Mobile yet.
I think as well, some of the things that I'm quite excited about the next couple of days is, we have teams like LMV. We know, even if you're fairly new to it, you might have heard the name and stuff like that. So there are teams that we have high expectations set for right now, and there are a few teams that maybe we don't quite know as much about. Some we have very little info on. So they could be a real dark horse, and they could start placing consistently high and stuff like that within the tournament. Just because we didn't really know what to expect out of these players. So I don't really want to write anyone off, and especially after the first day, I think it's going to be we'll have a good idea of a kind of a power ranking, let's say, of our 16 teams. But I think over the next, we got 3 days. There's plenty of time to kind of claw back. I think if you have 2 bad days, you've really got to make day 3 count. But I think day one's just going to be a good baseline understanding. But I'm still expecting maybe one dark horse team to kind of show up, but someone we didn't expect to kind of pop up and maybe consistently placing 4th and 5th, and or maybe even take a first. I love the dark horse story. So what can I say? I like the underdogs.
We love a Cinderella story, dark horse story, a dark horse Cinderella, if you will. They, So these teams though, I think that, especially in a battle royale, just the maybe poor performance of one team could directly affect kind of the good performance, the kind of side effect onto another. I think these teams, like you said, just going off what you said, the first day, it really kind of sets the tone for the rest of the match. If we have a team that, I'll just give an example. Let's say a team wins 5 games all today, that extreme, it's not going to happen. Well, I mean, knock on wood, but it could happen. But say they do that, they're going to be sitting really well for the second and third matches. They're probably going to be, a lot more comfortable in the match, maybe just playing a little bit more riskier in that it doesn't really matter if they may lose more matches because they already have so many points racked up in the first day. However, a team that maybe at say they just finished 16th place every single game this first day, they're just going to be, wow, where the pressure is on for us. We're going to have to probably hot dropping some teams in the last day. We're going to have to really just be going for those kill points, and maybe playing a little bit more sporadically, maybe not to their usual play style, because they're having to make these extreme moves and extreme actions to try to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, I think day 3 is going to probably be the most exciting day, not just because it's the last day and there'll be loads
last day.
I mean, loads of things set up. I just think we will have, like you said, some of the teams at the bottom just playing really aggressive, and you don't want to see these teams at the bottom just go out on a whimper, and they won't want to go out on a whimper, so they are going to try and fight and claw for it. Sure. So I think day 3 is probably going to be the bloodiest day, or at least I think maps will be fairly well. At least teams will be going out a lot quicker than we'll be seeing in the first couple of days. But yeah, no, I think you're completely right. I'm curious to see who our bottom teams are, because they're the ones who I think have to do the most change. They're the ones who are going to have to play the most aggressive and maybe be the wild cards in this tournament. So I'm excited to see after I won't call it after the first game, because I think that's a little unfair to go, all right, they're clearly the worst teams in the lobby, because things
just based it off of one game.
Yeah, just that's it. We might as well just end it there. But yeah, I'm curious to see after the first game who places towards the bottom. Are they going to be placing like that on Sanhok? Obviously, a very different map and very different scenarios on that map. But after the first 1 or 2 games, we'll have a good idea of who's consistently going towards the bottom, and we'll see, is that going to make them a little bit more kind of cornered, pushed into the corner, and try and really kind of bite and claw their way out, or are they just going to roll over and take it? That's kind of what I'm looking for. I've said it a million times. I'm going to say it again, and you're going to get fed up of hearing me over this. But adaptation, I want to see the adaptation.
Yeah, the teams that I usually tend to see just setting it up for Erangel that we're just about to watch. I was able to watch back a couple of the kind of smaller level tournaments in the region that they were playing in. I usually tend to see Most Wanted and Team SWAT 69 fight it out in Lipkova. It was, I mean that area. I mean, we'll see if they end up going there, if they're gonna adjust. But I did see a lot of like stalemate fights happening in that area. But for the most part, everyone else is pretty kind of more spread out, like comfortable in their certain areas of the map for sure. I guess just going into more of these teams, like what are, I guess, is there any other teams that maybe you had a chance to kind of just look into a little bit, maybe like the inside story or the backstory, inside look to these viewers about one of these teams in the lobby?
So drop information, that's definitely your area. You know, my information's been somewhat based off what you've been telling me and what a few other people have been telling me. I've been having some helpful messages. Obviously, you know, I know LMV are the team to watch. I know that Panda, you know, are the full Chinese team. I've got all my notes on my other screen, hence why I'm looking away from the camera. Yes, because a few of them, I believe, left Unicorns of Love. So, you know, a team who we do know over here in EU. So it's not like that team hasn't got players that we know. There are a few teams but which we honestly have very little information on, so or at least I do. So you know, they're the ones that I'm going to be watching as well, because you know, part first is to gather some information on these teams, but also just to get a rough idea of you know, where their skill level is at, how they're playing. So you know, for me, I'm a sponge and I'm soaking in the information. I'm going to be learning about all of these teams. You know,
Like a
I've
sponge
had
today.
watch this team. Oh, we don't know too much about this team, but today it's a learning experience for a lot of us, because you know there are a few wild cards, and there are obviously 8 teams going to be qualifying through. So they're the teams that, you know, we should have a good idea of at least a few of them by the end of today, and I think that's a fair assumption to be making. You know, if a team like LMV are placing consistently high, you know, second through to third all day, then there's a pretty good chance that we're going to see them continue to do that over the next couple of days as well. But the teams at the bottom, I don't think it's are they going to consistently play towards the bottom the whole weekend, or are they going to, you know, maybe shake things up? We are getting ready to go on to our first map. Apologies for the slight delay on that one. Let's talk about it. I know this is the map everyone knows the most, but you know, you're talking slightly about the drops. What we expect to see early, is it going to be a slower early this game? You know, people just getting themselves into their drop spots, getting themselves their gear, and then just kind of hugging the edge of the circle? Or do you think, what are you expecting, you know, for the first couple of circles of this game?
For the first couple of the circles, I definitely see that the teams are probably going to go into their normal drop spots. Usually Erangel, it's not quite like Miramar, where most of the teams in Miramar, they might have an alternative drop spot. You know, the map is so large. If you got a super southern plane path, there's no way that you're making it all the way up to your north drop spot, like a LakoNostra or Cruz Day Valley, something like that. So you might have an alternative drop spot in the south. And Erangel, it's not quite so much. You might have a little bit where I think it was Team Storm Gaming. They usually take the kind of western side of the military base island, but their alternative drop spot as well, if the plane pad can't get them all the way down there. I've seen them go all the way up to Zarki on the northern side of the island too. So these teams, I think they have to know exactly where the rest of the teams in the lobby are going, and if they see a plane path far on either side, they have to identify, like, okay, so we go here. However, I know this team over here may potentially alt drop spot next to us, and I have to be aware of that, so I can't just openly loot in the open, run out, because I might get shot and I might get killed. And losing one player or multiple players at the beginning parts of the game, that's going to be detrimental to get them into the end stages, because at the end of the day, this is a survival game, right? PUBG Mobile. It's up to you to get as many points as possible, and if you take too much action early, if you lose too many players, you're just kind of setting yourself up to fail, because you're not going to be getting that many kills, your team's not going to be that strong, and you're probably not surviving into the end, the kind of top 3 placements or 3 rankings in the game, to get as many placement points as possible as well.
Do you think we're going to see teams go from, you know, teams that drop near each other and know they drop near each other? Do you think any are going to kind of go hunting for each other, or do you think it's going to be a gentleman's agreement? I'll stay on my corner, you stay on your corner, and we'll meet a little bit later. Let's get our gear sorted and get our vehicles. And
yeah, sometimes we see that where like a large city like Yasnaya, that's definitely enough room for 2 different teams to loot up in there. And I believe we may have a couple teams that have a little bit of a what is it, like unofficial, like this is my city, this is my place. But usually when we see in different regions that teams may share that city, or like North Georgia Bowl as well, that's definitely large enough to share. We might have like, hey, you know, this team's gonna go on the west side, don't cross this like imaginary line, or we're gonna shoot at you. But usually it's kind of like gentleman's agreement. Well, you know, we'll see you, but we won't shoot at you. But you take your way out, the road out your way, and we'll leave on our side, and we'll see you later in the game, kind of type deal.
Well, it looks like we're on to our first map of the day, and it's a pretty good plane path, actually. So most people should be able to hit everywhere they need.
Yeah, this is looks like we got a pretty casual plane path for sure. You know, Severny all the way down to Noble Crates. The one that I'm kind of watching here is going to be LMV Gaming, usually going to Primorsk, but I think they're going to be a little bit too far. Yeah, so LMV over to Primorsk. I'm interested to see exactly where they're going to go, because that's a pretty dang long jump to get all the way there. I mean, they could do it. They could get a car around Ferry Pier. I don't believe any of these teams do go to Ferry Pier and then move all the way to Primorsk. Okay. So I do see a 5T. That's going to be 5 threats going over in Pachinki, taking that really central position right off the start of the match. I think usually, you know, coming over to Pachinki, taking the central spot similar to Team TSC in farm area. And actually, we do have a nice northwestern circle to start things off. This is going to be really, really good actually for teams like SPG over in Razak. I believe RESQ, they usually like to go all the way over to the South Georgia Bowl, to the hospital area. So even though they're long jumping out of the plane and they're actually losing time to loot, because look at them, they're still in the air versus teams like SFG, like Team Shockwave over in Severny. They've already had, you know, this kind of 30 seconds or a couple minutes of extra looting time. But however, RESQ, because they're you know, Georgia Pole is going to be in the circle. They can just take their sweet time. They can just loot on up, and they're not going to be too pressed to rotate quite yet out of South Georgia Pole.
I think we
here
got
over in
quite lucky
Yasnaya. Yeah, and here in Yasnaya, remember we just talked about this at the beginning of the game. So I guess maybe you're a fortune teller, Hifrey. Maybe you can see into the future, because we did have XTEAM, and we had Team Swat 69 did land together in Yasnaya.
It looks like they're pretty far spread out from one another at the moment, although we can see a couple of people just sitting on the high ground, being able to try and get a little bit of information for the team. They obviously would have seen each other dropping down here as they came down, so we'll keep our eye, obviously, that one person on the high ground, just making sure if they can see where Team X are. Team X seems to be on the opposite side of the tower at the moment. But I think this is where we're going to see most of our action early. Like I was saying earlier, though, good playing path, good circle, so actually not going to be forcing anybody in too much of a hard situation in this first game, which I think is quite nice. It's a warm-up. It's this, everyone's finding their flow. It's early in the morning for some of us.
This is interesting. This is usually, I think this is, you know, where we mentioned like usually teams like you don't cross this invisible line. The way that they're spread out here, it looks like X Team just kind of normal drop the entire city, and then SWAT 69, they just land in the police station and the kind of the warehouse area, grab some cars. Like there's no room for them in Yasnaya. Usually you see a little bit more room given if they're like intentionally sharing the city. So I think it was a little bit of a surprise for X Team to see SWAT 69 there, which usually I see SWAT 69 going, you know, touching into Lipkova sometimes, but I guess so. SWAT 69 on Erangel, that might be a team to kind of watch out for, that they might be kind of ping-ponging to different spots on the map. Potentially. Don't quote me on that, but we may or may not see that happen.
It could be a wild card. They really could be a wild card. We have to see
dark horse.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have more games on this match.
So your dark horse within 5 minutes of the match. Congratulations.
We're watching Panda now. They're fairly south, but I believe they're fairly close to the circle anyway, if not in the circle from this location.
Yeah, they're in it.
I fully remember, but yes. Keep our eyes on, you know, their movements and how they're going to be playing out in this early stage, but they are got a complete full run of the place right now. Nobody near them.
Yeah, Panda usually has North Georgia Pole all to themselves. They're closest neighbor is going to be rescue across the water over in the South Georgia Pole area. Usually that's a little bit too far away to kind of make any sort of like long distance shots at each other. But here we do have team rescue. So I did ask them for their team inspiration, like what does it mean, and they were just like, I don't know, we just like the name rescue. And it was just like another way of saying rescue here. So this was one of the teams that did qualify from their regional PMCO. And in addition to rescue, I think it was 5 threats. It was Clear Vision, LakoNostra TheNameless, and XTEAM that were all qualifying from their specific PMCO. So welcome. We have Tick here. Looks like he's got the Scar L. He's got the UMP loadout right now. I definitely feel that the meta right now for these teams is you're going to see a lot of UMPs and M4s as a combination together. I think the UMPs, it was just with the recent update, everyone going to 90 frames per second, all the Apple devices being supported that way. It just made the UMPs super buffed, the fire rate for it. A lot of players are going to be favoring this gun. And then the M4, M4, you slap a 6 times on it, tone it down to a 3 times, and it's just an absolute laser shooting at people into the distance. So here, 5 threats. I'm actually, I love the story of 5 threats because Luna, she's actually one of the only female professional players in PUBG Mobile Europe. She was previously on team Goddess Sirens that actually it went crazy. I remember this. I believe it was last fall. They were the only all-female professional team to ever qualify to the professional level of PMPL. So Luna, that's definitely one of the players to really watch out for on Team 5 Threats.
We'll keep our eye on them over the next couple of days.
Yes. Yeah.
I've completely lost my train of thought. How bad is that?
SVG, I think.
Right now?
This is Savage. Yeah, Savage Esports. I mean, they're from Syria, they're from Iraq. I think they have like 1 player from Morocco. Actually, one of the most interesting things from all of these teams is just how many languages they speak in game. We've got Most Wanted. Okay, so I was concerned that Most Wanted and 69 might have a little early game fight, but it looks like Most Wanted is kind of all to themselves in Lukova. Looks like they're just going to be tanking the blue. They're probably, because the circle was in that northwestern side of the map. They're going to be, I mean, this early game, it's the first phase. The blue zone is not going to be doing that much damage. Some of these teams that like to be, playing the edge more, they'll just opt to stay out in the blue zone just a tiny little bit because it's not going to do that much damage. They can have all that extra time to loot a little bit more. As you can see, it's been about 7 minutes, 50 seconds or so. The teams that, sent it into the middle, maybe rotated, like TSC trying to find a central compound, they're going to have less looting time, potentially less loot than the team like Most Wanted in Lukova that took the full, like 10 minutes or so. You're just slowly kind of edging their way into the circle as well.
Yeah, getting himself up in these vehicles and just giving themselves a
yeah
ability to kind of chase around the edge, and then obviously, as we move in later, depending on where the where the final circle is, and if they've got cover or not, you obviously can use those vehicles for that. Something pretty standard. We see quite a lot of here.
Mm-hmm. We see a lot of these teams
fairly soon.
Yeah, they're on like the Pachinki Hill, just to the southwest of Pachinki. Really nice vantage point. We're going to be able to shoot at all these kind of teams, kind of maybe rotating on past them. But yeah, this first circle is closing in. Usually this first circle, people are using this opportunity to kind of gather that information. They haven't really like solidified, especially on the edges, but it does come right back down into Pachinki. So definitely TSC and Pachinki are definitely the spots to be. And Clear Esports has also come down a little bit closer into the center of the circle as well.
That's a pretty good circle, though. Again, fairly central.
Yeah,
we are going to see, obviously, LMV on that bottom corner. Going to have to make their way down. I didn't see exactly who was in the top right there, but they've got a long way to go now.
Yeah, They definitely, yeah. So the teams kind of on the edges, they're just going to be. I mean, if they play in the edges, there's no way for them to be like, hey, I'm going to be edge and I'm going to set in the circle. No, they're going to play the edges. They're going to collect the information as well. And the great thing for them is, even though they're coming late, and you might say, hey, like, you know, the central position is always the best position, obviously, because you have more of a chance to get the next circle every time with the circle shift. However, on the edges too, though, you're able to, you know, if you're trying to rotate in, you see a team in front of you, you have all the world behind you and to your left and your right. You can just continue to sweep. And one of the teams that we see that come out from a lot is going to be team LMV. They do this. They do this. I don't want to say every match, but I've seen them do this multiple times. But yeah, we got Savage. Looks like they're just going to be out in the Pachinki fields, right next to 5 Threat and right next to TSC. But look, we might have the first blood of the match. Actually, Noshi ran himself over the car, but looks like 69 Phoenix, I believe, was the first casualty, the first blood of the match.
There we go. I was about to say, we haven't had any action yet, but we finally had that first blood.
We just been talking.
When do you think we're going to start to see, you know, our teams get trimmed even more? When do we start to see some even more action break out here?
I'm really looking at like the 5th phase when it moves to the 6th. That's where the circle becomes so small, the real estate, that there's just not, you know, like housing market, you know, it's just, there's just not enough room within the circle, and that's where these teams are going to be picking each other off left and right. That's where you start seeing these teams going from a full 4 team down to a 2, down to a 1, and then they're just kind of playing for placement there. They're not really going to be able to garner as many kill points as they would like to have. Looks like we have, okay, so 5 Threats is now moving actually out of Pachinki, so out of the city of Pachinki, to take up the church side right onto the western edge. And we were loving this little dip right next to the church as well. Perfect for hiding your cars into. But it looks like they still have a little bit of a foothold within the city.
Yeah, it does look like they are trying to gatekeep, though, making sure that, you know, not gonna let anyone through. They can see, obviously, supply crate getting dropped, and it's a bit of a distance away from them, so we'll see if they decide to go for it or if they're just going to leave it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like them coming out of the city over the church, because they're going to be able to get a lot more kills on that side, rather than, hey, we're just going to sit nice and pretty in our houses in Pachinki. And you know, these teams are not, you're not going to have any teams doing a drive-by close enough to the city for you to get any of those kill points. So yeah, coming out, playing a little bit more aggressive, a little bit closer to SVG, Team Savage Esports as well.
Plus, you get that natural high ground from the church as well, so it's such a good little position to put yourself at. Circle's closing in again. That is dead center. What is this?
Woo!
We are getting so lucky with it.
Oh, man. Okay, one of these is going to be a hardship.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the cluster of teams right now. It's about to get real bloody. And looks like Doom actually just about missing out on spotting that other team there. Didn't actually catch who they were driving past, but people are going to be getting real cramped now, so expect to see some action start to break out in the next few moments. We've only had a single death so far. It looks like both teams are well aware of each other from this church high ground.
Yeah, that's very interesting that Savage Esports actually had to push up from the compound that they were at. So one was knocked just down below. It's the utility usages. I mean, we talked about, you know, looting, just equally as important as getting, you know, 2 good guns with all the attachments and all the ammo. Equally important is getting those utility and resources like the grenades, like the smokes. People are throwing so many grenades and smokes and utilities these days, because the grenades, they open up the fight if you're going to be able to get a knock like 5T was able to do onto Savage. And you're basically you're not exposed to take any damage. Throw a nade, get a nice good old knock, and then be able to open up the fight for the rest. But looks like Savage Esports was able to get the player back up on his feet, and they're gonna I think they were cursing themselves. I'm like, why did we go up all this way? Both of them come back to the compound in the fields of Pachinki as we now shift out to LMV, taking some shots into the distance onto a team rotating past them. All right, Team Rescue.
We got another death, sorry. But looks like,
yeah, for sure,
close to each other here.
Let's
keep our eyes now, because I think this is where we're going to start to see this more and more of this action break out. RESQ on this high ground. They know that Clear are down there in that compound. I believe they've seen them, and I think Clear are very much aware of that themselves. So these two teams going to just be battling to try and either get their way safely beyond this point, maybe deeper in, or they're just going to look to hold for the moment. RESQ got a really nice high ground here, though, just looking down over them. Savage also not too far away. LMV, as you can see on the map, coming in close as well. So, so the circle is closing in. We still haven't had as much action as I was expecting from that circle, but teams are getting closer and closer to each other. You can see where the circle is right now. We've got a couple of teams central, and if this circle does shift now, that could really uproot them and force them out of their bunkered down positions.
Yeah, you're like, Monica, you said EU likes to take some action early game. This you obviously haven't seen that quite yet. It shifts onto Pachinki. So 5 threats, that was such a great reposition of themselves right on the hill, because like I said, all of these teams, and this is getting into that kind of middle game now, all of these teams that aren't within the circle, like LMV, like Team Panda, like Team Shockwave, they're gonna have to send it somewhere in the circle here, and it's gonna be 5 threats, it's gonna be Savage, it's gonna be like Team LakoNostra that are gonna be able to farm these kills on these teams that weren't able to get, blessed with the circle. They don't already have a foothold, and they're gonna be very vulnerable driving past, because they can't, you're gonna be driving, you can't really shoot back. All you can do is just like hope to God my vehicle doesn't blow up, and find some sort of way to hunker down and hide somewhere within the circle.
Yeah, there's a good chance that the final circle could be in Pachinki, which means we might just see some in the building action to close this out. We'll keep our eyes on where it goes, because circle
was 69
actually been pretty, it was pretty consistent, and then randomly just shift off from the center there. But already we're seeing Doom taking themselves a knock there, or I believe that was a kill. That was a kill. SWAT 69, only 1 player left.
Like 2 knocks and a kill. Yeah.
To get completely eliminated here.
Yeah, we got TSC crashing up. Yeah, we'll come back to Team 69. Looks like they're just going to be barely hanging on. TSC does crash onto the compound with only 1 player of Team Storm. Looks like, though, he took a heavy fall damage trying to just vacate the premises, getting back to the rest of his team. So he's going to be knocked in a very, very bad position. A little bit too close to TSC, as he's going to hope that he might be able to make like the crawl into the bunker where his teammate is, but they're going to need a hell of a lot more smokes than that to be able to save them.
There's so much action breaking out as well. We're seeing more and more people starting to drop out. No team has been eliminated yet. SWAT 69, I'm not exactly sure where they are on the map or what their final player is.
Your dark horse is still
it's the dream's alive, man. The dream is alive right now. Actually, it's A-Boy. They're quite far away from all of the action, so they might be able to hold out for a little bit. Clear also now down to 1 player left. Everybody else is doing pretty good so far. You can see it's Panda who were able to pick up that. They've got 2 kills for themselves already. All of their team are alive, and it's really about the resource game as well, because there's going to be so much action. How many meds have you got? Can you keep yourself topped up and alive? Because Panda now looking to collapse on OK and take out the last member of Clear. Bunkered down in this position here. Trying to throw out the smokes, trying to throw out the grenades, trying to flush them out of that building so they can find themselves a kill. But Shockwave now also opening fire, trying to take out some of these vehicles and stop Panda from being able to escape as the circle is getting closer and closer to moving again.
I'm gonna say either whoever X team are Clear, like whoever wins this compound, they're gonna be in a bad spot because they have Shockwave all shooting at them. It's kind of a lose-lose. They're definitely the minnows in the water with all the sharks kind of around them trying to get the kills on them. We have LakoNostra TheNameless. He was one of the ones to watch out for as well, getting a knock onto Conquerors in the distance. But right here, yeah, Shockwave, they came all the way down from Severny, and they're just like easy pickings here. Panda, they do finish out Team Clear Esports. However, we're gonna immediately shift and see how are they gonna get in the circle, as Lang X does get knocked to rescue blood, and that's going to leave just a couple of members left from Panda. The circle did shift right. You called it. I swear you got some like psychic abilities here. It did just end onto the church in Pachinki. 5 threats are just laughing within the building because they're going to be farming all. They only have 1 kill right now, but they're going to be farming all the kills from all these teams trying to rotate in the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. They got themselves completely bunkered down. Swat 69, first team to go down to one player, still just about hanging in. But as these circles get closer and closer, I don't know how they're going to be able to collapse in on this. As Panda trying to just make their way up this hill. They can see Savage Gaming at the top of the hill, bunkered down with their cars as well. We'll see. Keep an eye on Panda if they can get themselves over this hill and into safety. Is RESQ as well. Also, just getting hit by their own friends there.
Missed the Uber. He missed the Uber. He had to cycle back around to get his player in, but Team Panda, yeah, they're able to get actually all 4 up, even though multiple members were not coming out of the blue stack compounds. Now Team Rescue, I think, trying to find anywhere on this hill. We actually, Hyper's like, I need a rescue right here because all 3 of my teammates are knocked here. He's going to be the last one, and unfortunately just did not have any sort of cover. Does end up dying to Shockwave. So Shockwave actually really positioned themselves well here, and they're going to be racking up so many kills going in this 5th phase on 7. They're actually at 7 kills right now, Hip Rain. 7 kills.
Yeah, they are really stacking up the kills. It's not, like we were saying, it's not just about the placement. LMV find themselves eliminated, a team who we had high expectations for, 13th in the first lobby.
Yep.
Only with 3 kills as well. It's not going to be a great start for them here.
Yeah, definitely. So we
Panda
had Panda. They were in.
We keep seeing Panda. They're just going for fights.
For the aggressive team. It looks like so they just came back on the back of Team Savage. They're just like harassing them out of their positioning. I think Savage maybe a little bit too split up here, where they had 2 within the house and then 2 within the warehouses. So basically Panda was taking like a 4v2 fight, and now it's like kind of like 2 separate fights here. And then they have Flick kind of out in the distance. So Panda, they're just I don't know. They're just Savage is a little bit too broken up. Flick having kind of the impossible angle to support the rest of his team in the garage building, as Long Z is going to come in, and we do have Swat 69. That last player, Samore 20, was able to just survive at least into 11th place, I believe it was, but probably not too many points had in this match. But we still have 5T up and strong, currently at 4 kills, still up in the Pajiki Hill, as it did actually close just on the edge of the hill of the church, and it's going to be kind of all in that open flat area, just a couple of trees for hard cover, but it's going to be only, I believe, 2 different teams within the circle, and everyone else still fighting tooth and nail to get in.
You can see the circle right now. Teams are just completely congested. We still got a fair amount of teams and players left in this lobby. 35 people still going for it, and Panda just playing incredibly aggressive. But question to me is, how are their resources right now? Because they've been taking fight after fight. Have they got the meds to keep themselves going? Looking at Savage, they're doing all right on that front. Near where Panda are, and wow.
Oh jeez.
Is going to get hit. He thought he had them. He thought he was safe.
I think they just missed him. I think he was able to just kind of like barrel roll off to the side here. Flick, he's definitely in the bushes here. I mean, the Panda has to know he's somewhere in this direction. We do have Blast fighting out with TSC. So actually, Flick, this could actually be, and they just completely forgot about him. He could come in here and kind of really damage Team Panda from behind. But as we see TSC, they do get taken out in the background by Team Blastem Esports. As we see, 5T, their little dip is starting to become like a little volcano that is actually hurting them quite a bit, as Team Shockwave is trying to push up and trying to take their perfect positioning in the circle.
I mean, Flick is full on Rambo here, though. And Panda do not, they just have their backs turned to him while they're trying to fight up the hill. Seeing another team being eliminated. Down to 25 players, 8 teams left. So we're in our top 8 for the first game, but Doom are going to fall as well, and this is where the action's really breaking out. Panda under constant fire from multiple fronts. As Blast have still got themselves that fantastic position near the church as well.
Yeah, we definitely have a little King of the Hills, and right now the King is definitely 5 threats. So should I say 4 threats, because there's only 4 players in PUBG Mobile. Blast is getting shot from Team Storm from the back end side. I mean, here we got Antho. He's going to be knocked. Looking for a quick pat on the back from the rest of his team. Pythons, they really need to focus here, not on this fight at the top part of Church, because that's going to be a Blast Storm fight. We got Team Pythons gonna have an entire team right on behind them that is going to be aggressing onto their position. Looks like Blast. However, though, they are just going to have a little bit of a downhill slope, though. Hopefully, it's out of vision from Flick from the side. But right now, we have Storm, Muzino pushing on up. They have a knock onto one player of Team Blast, as it's all smoked out right now. They can't really see what's going on, but they have to know that there's going to be only 2 players left alive. As yep, I think that was either Team Panda or Team or Flick in the distance that was able to get the third-party knock onto the side of this team. So it's going to be actually 2 players left alive from Team Blast, as they do find their ending from between the hands of Team Storm and Team Panda off into the distance.
They just got too greedy. They really tried to push. The circle was going to force them out, but they wanted to go for the kills there, and that cost them dearly. Now, XTEAM trying to make their way uphill. This is literally an uphill battle right now. There's 5 friends who've got the high ground, and they're just able to spray downwards, but they are being collapsed on multiple sides. Storm behind them. They've got XTEAM coming up. They've got Panda coming in. Savage still got Flick Ramboing in the background. 5 friends. There's not much cover other than their vehicles right now on this high ground.
Yes, Luna! Oh, she almost got the 2-piece there. She did get knocked to 1, but actually gets flushed out. So unfortunately for her, she was focused on the 2 in the back. The rest of her team were too focused on trying to get in the circle. Couldn't provide her the little bit of support, and it did cost them their teammate. So it's going to be 3 left from 5 threats as Savage Esports does go out next in 4th position. We have XTEAM kind of bleeding on the ground there. 1 is not going to try to go for the revive, but it's been Panda. They have look at how much circle control they have. They're going to be gatekeeping everyone from getting in. Finally, 5T, they have to come down from the church area. That's given them so much time within the circle, but it's a 3-way game now. 5 threats. They are just last one, and it looks like, yeah, that's it for 5 threats.
They've got 12 kills. They've still got 4 members, and XTEAM only working with 1. Bimmy is the only one left, and it looks like Panda are looking to collapse in on them. They know they're in the smoke. They're going to just set off the bombs. They're going to try and find the kill. There it is. Panda take game number 1.
Panda, wow, I mean, they had the fight in the blue stacks. I was really worried for them because they had to come out from Shockwave just throwing a ton of shots in their direction. They were able to come and sweep around, come on the backside of Team Savage Esports, take the compound away from them. It was only Flick left alive. He had to go hide in a bush somewhere, and then came up into little kind of rolling hills across the street from Church, and then able to just, I mean, the circle did shift onto them, and it was just open wide fields. Everyone had to come down into them, and they had, I believe, all 4 left alive and able to, I feel like that was a little bit too easy of a win for Team Panda.
I mean, I think they earned that. They were taking a lot of aggressive fights. They were picking off teams earlier than other teams. They were constantly looking for action and looking to whittle the numbers down. They were playing the placement game, obviously, but they were playing the placement game in the sense of they were going for kills to try and get people out as quick as possible. They weren't just holding on and circle hugging. They played amazing there. 29 points. That is 11 points above XTEAM, who are in 2nd place right now after that ranking. Absolutely fantastic game there from Panda. And the question for me is, LMV, what happened? They were the team everybody was telling me to keep our eyes on. They were a team we had high expectations for, but they went out so early.
Yeah, oh my God. Panda, 14 kills. I was like, when did they rack up all of those kills? But yeah, 29 points. That's definitely the best kind of way to start off the first game of our PMPL EU qualifiers. XTEAM, yeah, they unfortunately just had that 1 team left at the very end. But but like you said at the beginning, this is 1 game. It's a little bit hard to decide how the rest of the qualifiers are going to go based off the 1 game, but definitely for them, it's going to be for Panda. They're going to be having their heads up high. Ton of points, huge support for them. Jiayo, that's a little bit of Chinese for them to. It means like, let's go, like you guys can do it. But for these bottom 8 though, Hitbrain, like they're really gonna have to turn it around, and I'm really surprised by some of these teams on this kind of bottom half of the match rankings.
I am very surprised to see LMV in 14th. 0 kills, 0 points. You know, we're talking about Panda on that 28 points. LMV were a team we had high expectations for. They're 28 points behind. And I know it's only game 1. I know there's still 14 games over the next 3 days to go. But even so, that is not a great start for you right now if you're LMV.
Yep.
Panda are definitely now a team that I really want to keep my eyes on, especially when we go back to Erangel. Obviously, we're going to Sanhok for game number 2, for map number 2. So, that's what I'm excited to do. I just want to give an honourable shout out to Flick. I think that placement was great considering the position, able to avoid the sharks that were Panda on that first match. But for now, we're going to throw to a quick break. And when we're back with Sanhok. So we'll see you in a moment. everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL qualifiers. We're coming hot off game number 1 as we're going to be switching up the map and moving on to Sanhok. Monica, we saw some teams we expected to go out a little bit earlier. I don't want to say that, but some teams we didn't expect to go out earlier. And Team Panda had an absolute corker of a start to our first map there. A massive amount of kills, first placement. They got the chicken dinner and walked away with 28 points at the end of that.
I think it was 29, actually. They snuck one last one in there.
You're right.
At the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely. Yeah, that I think it was the last player of XTEAM. I think it was that they were able to get at the very end. But yeah, definitely Panda. I mean, I knew they'd do well. You know, China #1. But I think they saw like, hey, we saw Nova Esports and PMGC like last week just completely dominate as a Chinese team. We have to follow in their footsteps, and we also have to represent in EU and represent our country. So definitely Panda. A wonderful, wonderful job coming out from them in the first game.
Well, at the bottom, and the team that got knocked out first were people representing me, actually, a mostly British roster, RESQ. You know, we wanted to talk a little bit about them, but they had a very bad match. They were knocked out instantly. I didn't exactly see what happened to them, unfortunately. They just got taken out when the action started up. You know, what are we looking at for them going into our second map?
Yeah, RESQ. It seems there's a lot of hype for them in the chat, you guys. So spam some RESQ if you guys are supporting them. But yeah, this team, it's they were actually the winners, I believe, of the PMCO UK last split last time around. They got about half players from UK, and I believe the other half from Iran. So this team, they unfortunately, I believe they were the first team taken out. So they did get fat goose egg for the last game. For them though, I think it was just kind of unfortunate. They came in from the start of the game, the playing path was very far on the eastern side. They had a long jump all the way over to the South Georgia Pool area. So they were already kind of losing the time to gather the loot, to get set up for the match. Some of these other teams like Storm, like 5 threats, they're able to kind of drop immediately to their drop spots in Severny and Pachinki and just immediately start looting up. So I think that was it for them. The circle did go over onto them, so they just kind of, they weren't kind of pressured to make some big long rotation. But then they just kind of came in. I know it was like that 5th, 6th, 7th circle, somewhere around there. They ended up kind of all spread out on the open side of the hill, just down from Pachinki Church. So then they were just shot at from I want to say it was Shockwave. It was like another team kind of on the side. They just didn't really have that much cover, and we ended up only having Hyper, their free man player, as the last one left standing, got shot, and that's where they were taken out a little bit too early in the match. So hopefully they're going to be able to turn it around. In Sanhok, because they do drop in ruins, which is one of the better spots to drop on the map.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's transition into Sanhok now, into our second map. So smaller map, more action. Kind of favors Panda because they were just picking fights. They weren't like having people come looking to go into them. They were just running at people and gunning them down, and they kept all 4 members alive as well.
Running and gunning.
Genuinely really impressive stuff to keep everybody up, get the win, and also rack up that many kills. Now we're on a smaller map. Now we're going to see more action. I think this might be quite a Panda-favored map, actually, Sanhok.
For Sanhok, it's just, the Erangel, Miramar, they're 8 kilometer by 8 kilometer maps. Sanhok is 4 kilometer by 4 kilometer. It's literally half the size of these maps. It's definitely people, they kind of land and then they just immediately rotate into the center of the circle, because like you saw in Erangel, there's a lot of vehicle usage. A lot of people can make those rotations. In Sanhok, it's not really that case. Like if you find a vehicle, you're kind of blessed with it, but there's not really that many vehicle spawns. People are more just rotating on foot. It's way easier to be caught out in the open and shot at rotating into a team that is just on the hill right above you. So, I mean, Sanhok, it's literally what you said, just running and gunning. Who can win the fights? And obviously, we've seen from the first match, some of these teams like Panda, like Blast, like 5 threats. These are your really gun heavy teams, and maybe some even more at the bottom that maybe just were unfortunately taken out early, and we weren't able to see that kind of action from them yet. So hopefully they prove us wrong and we're able to see way more action in Sanhok.
Again, we're pretty lucky with the plane placement and the path it takes. Straight through the center means everybody can spread out to where they want to go. Can't tell who that is. It's RESQ actually going towards ruins, like you said. And yeah, 5 threats are a team we didn't really hit on, but they got themselves that really good position up by the church, and they were pretty aggressive in that first map as well. So they're another team that I do want to be keeping my eyes out, as the teams are pretty well spread out. I think we can see a couple of teams landing in the similar areas. Somewhat expected, like you said, it is half the size of our other two maps. So expect to see a little bit of action. I'm just trying to kind of take in where everybody is dropping right now.
Yeah, just take it all in. But yeah, so Sanhok, another one thing about it is the circle does pop way faster. Like at this point, we wouldn't have seen the circle yet on Erangel, but it does pop out way faster. Looks like, however, I do see, okay, it looks like XTEAM, they kind of like to spread out to the kind of boot camp hills just south of boot camp. Usually when I see the split though, I see somebody more into that intersection of water. That is a really, really important pivotal spot in the map, because you are the keeper of all three islands. If this circle is still like what we tend to see, it keeps, you know, centering like this, and we're going to have multiple islands. It is very hard. I don't say very hard, but it's order, sure. But yeah, we have, looks like 5 threats. One of them landing down into the warehouses of boot camp, and Storm Gaming just picking off the first kill of the match. That was definitely early game action. 2.5 minutes in, and we already have our first blood.
Yeah, and that's 5 threats now playing on a massive disadvantage for the rest of the game. They're the only team running with 3. They're a team who did play pretty aggressive in the last game, and it looks like, again, Storm are fairly near them, so 5 threats will probably be looking for a bit of action there. Or maybe they're just going to try and avoid it. For now, though, 5 threats just gathering up some vehicles so they can kind of move around the map as they please. And I believe, actually, yes,
we
Panda have lost a member as well. So our top team from last game also losing a fight somewhere.
We got, I think it's the Sanhok curse. We got our top teams for the last match, 5 threats and Panda, each losing 1 so far already in the match, the only 2. Actually, oh wow, this is really high up in the northeastern side of the map. The little like pine, I don't even know what you call this. The palm tree like farm. This is way up in the water in the northeast side. Looks like we have Lou being watched. This is like the deer that doesn't know that there's like a tiger hiding behind the rock, totally camouflaged and about to strike Lou. Though he's just hopping around, has literally no idea that Flick, remember Flick, the last player left alive from Savage the last game, doesn't even have the open, does take the shots, and he gets knocked, and that's going to be now LMV down to only 3.
It's always Flick. Flick on his own.
It's always Flick.
Just able to move through. He has taken a couple of shots. Full on Rambo from Flick, honestly. He's able to get a kill onto LMV, taking out a member. Has lost half his health, though, so it does need to be a little bit careful. And it looks like LMV are now going to try and hunt Flick down, because I believe Flick is actually fairly separated from their team right now.
Flick, the most hated player in the lobby right now, just like constantly just like super high survivability, just like, you know, just staying here, ambushing him from behind a rock. So we still have GK first. He is still left alive, I think. LakoNostra TheNameless killer, he's gonna be up on top of the hill, but just being very wary, you know, like Sanhok, it's very like, you don't know who, especially now that PUBG Mobile used to be like a FPP, first person perspective, and then switched over to third person perspective like 2 years ago. Especially now this TPP, you don't know who's behind what rock, behind what ridge or whatever. They can just see the entire world above them. So you know, rightfully so, being a little cautious. But if he holds out, I don't think Panda will be able to revive this player, and they're going to be losing that player as well.
Well, Panda, you know, not taking quite as much action right now, understandably as well. And it's interesting how, actually I say that as Panda do have a kill, but it is interesting how currently a bunch of our teams at the bottom are all the teams we have high expectations for. LMV, 5T, and Panda has I believe Panda just lost another member. They did. So they're down to 2 now.
Yep.
Sanhok curse coming in real big. Actually looks like Scott 69 might have a good read on where people are moving through.
I mean, this is good trigger control, right? Like he sees obviously a full floor team, you know, like a more casual player be like, "Oh, cool, first player free kill," and then try to knock one, kill him, but then all of a sudden you have three angry men just looking at you like, "Wow," and you kind of will storm you and take you out. So I like that from him, 69, being able to identify the trigger control that his teammates are too far away to support him. They don't want to take the early game fight in Sanhok quite yet, so they're just gonna wait. Stay very quiet like a snake in the grass and just let Team Conqueror just rotate past them.
Yeah, but Team Conqueror now moving into the jaws of Storm here. Storm have good spot on them. They're all set up and covered. If Conqueror continue to push down that hill, they're going to get shot at, and that's exactly what's happened. There's a knock coming out, and they're so far away they can't even get close. They might be looking for that second knock behind the tree.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, I really like
shot from behind now, I believe.
Yeah. Oh no, they literally came into the eye of the storm. We got Storm Gaming, though. I love how kind of fanned out Storm Gaming is, having the multiple angles for exactly this reason. You know, if they're all kind of clumped up together, that's one angle that they're all shooting. If someone's behind a tree, covered from them, that you can't really get them, right? But having them all fanned out over this mountainside, they're able, he might be hiding, like we saw, the one player of Conquer hiding behind the tree from another, completely exposed to the side of a different player of Storm. So they're able to take Conquer down to only 2 players in a pretty bad spot, kind of in the same exact boat as Team Panda now, the only 2 teams down to 2 players in the lobby.
Yeah, and Team Panda probably just playing it pretty chill right now. LMV as well, also not really looking for too much. It's interesting how we've seen different teams kind of thrive on different maps. Storm having a really, really good position and playing very, very aggressively right now. As the Nameless just getting some meds sorted, trying to recover a little bit of that health.
A little bit if they can. Looks like LakoNostra, like I said, Bujo and Inori, their captain, their IGL, their CEO, they were rivals for so many years and finally have now come together to be on the same team. I think this is like if you can't beat them, join together and make a super team. So LakoNostra, they Albanian team, a huge follower fan base. They're definitely one of the teams to watch in the match. Clear, landing in Painan, just kind of all, you can see them all on the mini map. They're all 4 split up in the different corners. What they're doing here is they loot it up. They usually when teams loot Painan, they loot their quadrant. And then they kind of, they don't rotate out of the city. They're just staying here, staying on the floor, like the TPP that I was talking about, just washing out the windows. It's very hard to aggress into Painan, except from the southwestern side where a lot of the buildings there don't have windows on that side. So clear, they're in the clear for now. We have Team RESQ, our team that we had a lot of high hopes for. They went a little bit too early the last match, as the circle does center up a little bit. For them, I mean, Team XTEAM, like I'm really, I don't want to say disappointed, but like they didn't go into that intersection of the islands for them. Like they're going to be able to keep if Team Shockwave coming up from Hot Ting or Team Doom. It looks like they're going to have actually Team Doom a little bit gifted in this. Literally nobody on that massive bridge to go across, so they can just scout it out, see there's nobody, no sign of anyone, and just freely cross onto the southwestern island of Sanhok.
We actually see RESQ had a really, really good position in the circle as well, so they can bunker down where they are right now. Won't have to worry about that. So Most Wanted are on the move right now, looking to maybe hunt down a couple of people.
Just a couple. Most Wanted. Most Wanted, they actually... do you watch Attack on Titan at all?
Yes. I haven't seen the new season, though.
Yes.
I'm a binge watcher, so I'm waiting for it all to come out, and then I'm going to binge watch it.
So Aaron, Most Wanted Aaron, his real name actually is Aaron. I was like, oh, does he watch Attack on Titan? Is that where his name came from? And it's like, no, his name actually is Aaron. His twin brother on the team is Hardman. His real name is Ardman.
What?
Which is just like an Attack on Titan. Yeah, and he just added a couple letters. It's totally not related to Attack on Titan at all. So we got our Attack on Titan twin brothers, a little bit of telepathy. As we TSC, they are going to be pushing up onto Team Blast. So Blast, definitely a really strong team, but down into Camp Charlie. It's going to be very interesting to see who wins this one out.
Yeah, well, Albie was taking a pretty aggressive path forward. There's TSC have got themselves inside the building, on top of the roofs. They've got a pretty good position as Blaster trying to chase them down, trying to find these kills. Very low health here. That's going to be a knock coming in real soon. There it is. Abstract's able to find it. And finished up by the teammate as well. TSC are going to get themselves the kill, and they may look for a full squad wipe here. So they're taking out yet another member. Snow goes down, and it's just Nash now. Waiting and wondering what to do.
He's like scratching his head. I'm like, like what to do? I mean, best case scenario, we see a 1 versus 4 highlight reel. Blast Nash goes down in history for beating TSC and Camp Charlie, right? But I mean, what's more likely to happen? All 4 of them, TSC, they're at that level. They're not going to be pushing, one on one. Like all of them kind of go together and making sure to watch each other's back. If Marley gets knocked, he has Albie, he has Gumball, he's all of them right behind him to provide a little bit of support. Blue Zone does come in, and we're gonna see TSC just kind of collecting up the meds, maybe a little bit unaware of where Nash is. Right, actually, oh my god, if they're out in the open and we had 3 of them clumped onto each other, Nash could have gotten 3 knocks here potentially. But looks like he's just gonna take the pain meds, boost on up as much as possible, let TSC just leave Camp Charlie, and then he's just gonna come in kind of late behind them on foot. So it looks like that's what Nash is going to do, as we now shift onto Storm Gaming in Painan, just a little bit north from Team Clear Esports.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much action out of them since their fight a little bit earlier versus Conqueror, where they were able to take themselves 3 kills. But again, RESQ completely bunkered down in the area. Clear, same for them as well. A lot of teams starting to bunker, and there's the circle again, closing in closer to the ruins. Okay,
so RESQ, remember, we were just like, oh, they needed a really good game after coming off the back of a 0-point game from the previous game. They're going to put in the most ideal spots here because they have control of that bridge. If you see XTEAM and you see Storm Gaming, they're on kind of that side. Definitely, most likely not, the circle is going to be on that island. They're going to have to cross at some point. They might wait. They might do it now. But Team RESQ, the favorite team from chat, it looks like they're going to be able to maybe bridge camp a little bit, or at least stall off any sort of rotation from that side. So really great stuff from them. Really great position, circle closing right centered onto them. Oh, as I say that, Team RESQ Coyote does get a knock on XTEAM.
I haven't really hit too much on LMV. It looks like they're trying to just recover from a really, really poor game number 1.
Yeah.
This roster's been together for an incredibly long time. Since 2019, I believe you said?
Yep.
High hopes for them as RESQ now just holding that bridge. Looking to pick off a couple of members. Anybody trying to cross over this river towards them. This X team trying to make their way over, though. And they are pinned right now.
Yeah, we got Nightmare. I did find out yesterday there are 2 Nightmares in this game. There's Nightmare, XTEAM, and then there's Nightmare. I am currently forgetting which team it was. I believe it was, I want to say it was, oh my gosh, I believe it was Storm Gaming. I don't quote me on that, but there's Nightmare with a Y on a separate team. So there's 2 Nightmares, just FYI in this lobby. But XTEAM, they do come now finally into the intersection. Yeah, finally into this intersection I've been wanting them to take for this whole time. But looks like they're going to be met with Shockwave actually in the distance.
Our 2 remaining Panda members are just keeping themselves buckled down for the moment.
Man, Sami. All the way in Sami.
Yeah, a long way away.
The only time people go in Sami is when we have PUBG Mobile Royal Pass missions to land on the roofs 3 times in Sami. I think it was, or make 20 kills with an AKM in Sami. That's the only time I've been in Sami So we have those in-game stuff. But yeah, Team Panda looks like they're just gonna just chillax here. I mean, they're feeling comfortable, right? We're like, oh, we got 29 points the last game. Like, it's okay. Especially Sanhok, you only play it once per day, only 3 times the entire qualifiers. Even if we don't do that well, Erangel is kind of our main point to get all of those points. But we do have the circle closing on in. It looks like actually we have quite a few quite a few number of teams kind of out in the blue just tanking it right now, as we do have this circle. It does close right onto the bridge. This is perfect for Team RESQ. They still have the bridge control, that massive dividing line down the center of the circle with the river, as we do see actually, what the heck, Team Panda finishing off some of the members of, actually just one member of Team Panda finishing off some of the members of Team TSC Legends in the distance. TSC actually down to 2, so they kind of got a little bit of revenge from losing their players earlier in the match.
Yeah, Albie low on health, gonna have to use those meds to keep himself up. Team Panda just it's not gonna be about placements. They just need to get some points from some kills now. Keep themselves relevant in the scoreboard. So Albie puts down the smoke, and Lang not gonna be able to get close enough. So Albie actually does get knocked there.
I think he had a little bit too much faith in that smoke, and Lang Axe, you just kind of spray and pray in the smoke. If you get the hit, you get the white hit marker there. But we do see our first team, X team, eliminated. I wonder what happened, because they had all 4 up. They were on that hillside of boot camp on the other side of oh wait, no, they were on. Okay, so did they crossed actually into the water, into that compound, and met their demise in that point, as we do see Team Swat 69 coming down from Bootcamp Hill and now aggressing into the compound where Storm Gaming is.
Yeah, it looks like Storm are also getting collapsed on from behind as well, so this is a bit of a pincer attack. Multiple people coming in, and Storm trying to spray out. That's going to be a knock there. Instantly picked back up, though. They're not going to continue. Storm's going to lose a member. PNL able to find the kill.
Yeah, 69 kind of all spread out over here. We see Blast taking a fight with Team 5 Threats Antho in the distance, Storm Gaming. I mean, we got Storm, actually got TSC actually eliminated from Team Panda. So Team Panda's like, hey, you took us down at 50% capacity. You still can't count us out yet. And even as a 2-man, still able to wipe the entire squad of TSC as a 4-man. So Panda still, I mean, they're showing us why they won the last game, and they're still setting themselves up, at least with a couple of kills. Actually 5 kills so far in this match in Sanhok.
They got the most kills in the lobby right now.
Yeah, they do.
They're down to 2 members. They're on fire.
Literally on fire. You're like, we don't need 4 players. We can win this with 2. That's their reason for losing too early.
To give everyone else a fighting chance.
Just get everyone a fair playing game. We did this on purpose. Definitely.
RESQ getting now collapsed on here. Haven't actually been able to pick themselves up a single kill. So they are going to be looking to get into some action fairly soon. Shockwave taking a fight versus Doom as well. It's going to be a knock there. Followed up by the kill from Zero.
That was almost perfect timing from Zero, because they peeked over, got the knock, got the flush, and he backed up just as Tigerson had a nade cooked right for him. So good for him. Like some players, they get a knock, they stay in the exact same spot, and everyone knows exactly where they are and get easily knocked from a nade. So good for him being aware of that. Heard the nade, kind of saw the trajectory of where it was, and figures there's probably one player behind this rock. Through the nade, it was just a little bit too shy to get the knock onto Tigerson, but Zero actually does get knocked, as we see Swat 69 going out a little bit too early in the match. Only 1 kill found and 1 point found in the match, as we now have Shockwave sending the water, getting a ton of damage from all these teams surrounding them. I think that was going to be Team RESQ setting them down into the depths of the water. Most wanted. Next team out of the lobby, and Shockwave, they're just going down like dominoes, just one by one by one.
Yeah, the action is really starting to break out as this smaller map is closing in. The circle getting closer and closer. RESQ unable to find themselves a single kill yet, but that is going to be the end of Storm. We got an absolutely scorching start. 7 kills knocked out. LMV as well, another favorite team knocked out again, and 2 bad rounds in a row for LMV. Now Team Doom trying to make their way up the top of this hill towards RESQ. Look at that circle. It is so tight right now. We're going to be fighting up this hill, the bridge. Not going to be the final circle, unfortunately. But RESQ just throwing out some nades, trying to get a little bit of chip damage here onto Doom.
Yeah, what you see Nash in the distance doing is he's doing that med strat. I'd mentioned it before. So the med strats on Sanhok are so powerful. You see these teams do this all the time. The blue zone is not quite doing as much damage as, say, the other maps. Sanhok, especially once we get into the 6th phase going on the 7th. We have these teams that they're just going to be going out one after another so fast. He's in 9th place right now as he starts his med strat. He could jump all the way up to like a 3rd place finish just by medding out into the open. RESQ, so many knocks, but only 1 kill to show for it as we have Doom pushing out up. He had to switch to gun. He was out of ammo, so that was unfortunate for him. Action able to get the jump onto him, get the knock, and get the flush as the rest of Team RESQ is just trying to find their way into this circle. I think Team Shockwave, even though they lost a couple, they're down into the water and they have a very good position as Team 5 Threats. However, you're going to be eliminated out of the match. RESQ only 2 left alive as LakoNostra also limited in 7th position. Actually, all of them, like I said, just all of them just dying one after another. Blossom, so he started in 9th place. He actually got to 5th place with his med strat as Doom. I think that was maybe 5 teams right within the span, even more. It's not done yet. Within the span of maybe 15 seconds, all going out, and suddenly we only have 3 teams left alive.
And Panda getting knocked out. That was it. 1 player left. They're finally out. RESQ in top 3. 2 members left for them, though. Clear. Got 3 members, so there's not a full squad here. We'll keep our eyes on where these teams are, because it looks like they're all a little bit spread out from each other at the moment. Clear, actually very spread out as well. 1 member quite far away from the rest of the team. It's Alking. Just staying prone. Trying to find people to pick off as RESQ also prone. Everybody is down on their belly as the circle is closing in tighter and tighter. They're all so spread out, but Clear got this nice spread position actually with their members. Meaning they do have those good angles of attack as Shockwave just throwing out a few nades, trying to see if they can flush RESQ out from their corner. But RESQ actually has some good cover here with the trees and the rocks to work with. But they are on the low ground, and Clear are just going to start throwing more and more nades down towards them. Try and flush RESQ from this low ground as they are getting chipped away. Look at the damage getting thrown out there.
Oh!
Shockwave closing in onto Clear. They've got the knock onto Alking, and that is going to be the end of them. As a little bit of med coming in, and Clear's going to get himself knocked here. Shockwave actually opening fire, and there it is. Clear knocked down. RESQ into top 2 versus Shockwave. Shockwave 10 kills on the board, having an absolute corker right now. It's 2 versus 2. It's 2 versus 1. RESQ just need to find this final knock, find this final kill. Tiger just trying to get the spray. Can he make it happen here versus RESQ? I don't know if they're fully aware of where he is. Circle closing in, and Shockwave are going to have to make their way
somewhere
up
over
the hill.
here.
They're spraying.
Yeah,
they know
Team
now.
RESQ, this
they know
is
where he is.
They do? Okay, he's out in the blue zone, I believe. He's tanking it. I mean, he might just deny the point, stay out into the blue zone. And actually, he's going to be... Oh, actually, they did get the... Why didn't he just stay on the blue zone? Okay, so instead of just, like, if like any other player would be like, okay, this is... I'm 5 HP, I'm running into the circle, and I'm just going to, like, I'm going to take a 1 versus 2? No. Like, for him, he should have just stayed behind the rock, let the blue zone take him out. But this was definitely the like Cinderella turnaround story for Team RESQ, the team that got 0 points in the previous match, and they ended this one on top with the winner chicken dinner and a hell of a lot of kill points for it. I think they started with 0 points. They landed in ruins. Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, they I mean, okay, so this
RESQ.
is so they actually didn't get the most points in this game. It was actually Shockwave, the one that sent them, and RESQ killed 2 by the water, because Shockwave got 10.
I mean, look at these scores right now, because this is going to really shake things up. Panda still getting 13 points, considering how rough of a start they had. Very, very impressive stuff. RESQ had an incredibly rough game 1. First team out, 0 points on the board, coming in with 20 points now. That's going to completely slingshot them up the standings. Really, really good stuff for them. Shockwave had an absolute corker as well. 22 points. They got 10 kills. the placement points were great, but like the 10 kills were huge for them there. Storm, very aggressive, but placement wasn't particularly great for them, so they obviously didn't get too many points, just got themselves 7. But I want to have a look towards the bottom part of the ranking as well, because, you know, LMV, I'm going to keep hitting on this. We had high expectations, but 0 points from game 1, 2 points from game 2. Not having a great start to this as well. We also see 5 Frets, who had a really, really good game 1 as well, only coming out of that with 3 points as well. So Sanhok has really shaked things up in the standings right now.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, Sanhok, it's kind of that RNG game. You kind of land and you try to like go into the center, and just the way, because of the ways that teams play like that, it's so hard to edge in Sanhok, and that's definitely the kind of play style that we see come out from LMV. Then we saw it in Erangel, and especially in Sanhok. They were all the way up in the northeastern side of the island, like a massive Mongnai kind of split over there, where Savage Esports was able to take Lu out a little bit too early in the match, the first split of the match, and then we saw them on the truck in the blue zone kind of coming on in, and it's just so hard to rotate past teams at that later stage of the game because everyone's already kind of centered up, everyone's already set up in their spots. Like Team Rescue, they're so great about having a little bit of a split kind of in the compound just down from the bridge, and then having them there, and they were able to just get a ton of kills, perfect placement, and able to get the chicken dinner. But Hiprain, we are going to head to a quick break as we set up for Erangel one more time, flying back to our favorite map of the game. So we'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
everybody, and I am not muted. I just had a brief moment of panic there. We're going back onto game number 3, match number 3. So moving on to our previous map from game number 1, Erangel. Monica, we saw Panda completely slaughter this map, and I think that's the only way to really word it.
Slaughtered.
We had RESQ in our last map, who did pretty good. They made it to second. Oh, no, they won it. Sorry, I'm an idiot. They won it. Sanhok. Yeah. So, you know, they had a bad start. Now, can they bounce back? Because there are 2 teams who've so far earned themselves a chicken dinner. The question for me is, you know, are Panda going to continue to just be leaps and bounds ahead of everyone at the moment? Because even on Sanhok, when they got completely crushed at the beginning, they still had really, really good placement there and came out with a bunch of kills. RESQ, it was a way more tempered game on Sanhok. They didn't really get into the action until the final couple of circles. So are they going to look to repeat that and go for placement points, or are we going to see them play aggressive going into our 3rd match of the day? Monica, I want to get your opinion on everything. What are you making of our first couple of games?
Yeah, definitely Team Panda. When we say consistency, definitely consistency applies mostly to Panda. They won the first game, hell of a lot of kills. Second game, even though they lost 2 players, they're still going to get 5 kills. Normally, any other team, you know, like we lost half our team, we'll just kind of sit in the blue zone and we'll just kind of sneak our way into the circle and just kind of go for placement points. Panda said no way. They still took out the entire team of TSC as a 2-man and was still able to make their way in. And then we had Team RESQ just really set themselves up so well within the match. It kept, you know, centering on right on them on that bridge. They had all the control. But Shockwave was actually the one, even though they got second place, they still won the game in terms of most points, because PUBG Mobile, it's the goal is not to win the game. The goal is to get as many points as possible. So even though they got second place, they had way more kills than Panda, who, again, down to only 50% capacity, didn't have that much firing power, so only had the 5 kills versus the I think it was like 10 or so, 10 kills from Team Shockwave. So they were able to get more points than Panda on Sanhok. So going into this 3rd match in Erangel, the teams that are really, really in the hot seat are the ones at the very, very bottom. I think LMV Gaming is going to be one of them. They didn't really get that many points in the first game. I don't think really got any points in this. Are they? I think got like 2 points. They got 1 point. 2 points. Actually, yeah, 2 points. 1 point in placement, 1 point in kills. That's what they got in Sanhok.
Yes.
So they're definitely kind of on the bottom lower half. I mean, definitely on the lower half of it, but some of these teams, they're really going to need to start to turn it around. It's only match 2 out of 15. They still got some time, but, you know, time's a ticking. They definitely need to rack up some points at some point.
I mean, if you want to be making that top 8, you absolutely need to do so. And keeping up with a team like Panda, if they continue across today with that level of consistency, it's going to be a problem. You know, if teams like RESQ are able to pull out a high placement and get some serious points racked in and suddenly kind of just leap from the bottom up the board, it makes it really hard as people start to pull further and further away from you, because the point system's great, but if you're consistently having bad games and other teams are having consistently good games, the snowball effect of that is you have to start having amazing games to catch up, because otherwise everybody's going to get further and further away from you. So LMV, I've definitely got my eyes on in this game because they just had a really bad start, and we've been talking, you know, praises about them. Shockwave had a really, really good game on our second map, Sanhok. So again, another team I've got my eyes on. Obviously, we're going to talk about Panda. 5 Threats as well. Not particularly great placement coming out of Sanhok. Had a really, really good first game though. So, you know, are they going to look to repeat that going back into a new map? We talked a little bit about how Sanhok can be, you know, it's the wild card map. Teams can go out a little bit earlier. It's the smaller map. You know, the circles close in quicker. So, you know, some teams kind of aren't as practiced and not quite as favored on that map. So we'll see, you know, now we're returning to, I say, quote unquote, normalcy here. We'll keep our eyes on, you know, how that's going to be going down, because I think this is going to be the one where we really get a good understanding of, you know, is this team overrated, or is this team just being consistently good? That's where we're going to start to really be able to start to draw maybe some broader conclusions. I don't want to kind of come up with full conclusions, but definitely some broader conclusions on, you know, the standings and stuff like that. We'll be able to look at the points and figure out where everyone is halfway through the first day.
Yeah, we are halfway through this match, is halfway through the day. So we'll be in the middle of match 3 out of 5 for today. So again, this is Erangel. Next one will be Miramar, and then the last one will be back on home to Erangel one more time. But we should have the overall scores for you coming up soon. I mean, one team that, I keep talking about them, but LMV, I guess I just had such high hopes for them. They're the team that has been together for so long, since 2019. Their synergy is just insane, but we just haven't really seen, I mean, they're consistent, but they've been consistently at the bottom, right, of the scoreboard. So they have that kind of like sweeping, like really just like, hey, we're going to stay in the blue zone for the first, like 2-3 circles, and then finally come into at some point in the circle. But clearly that doesn't work for them in Sanhok. It didn't work for them in the first match of today. So hopefully this one they can kind of turn it around just a little bit. They'll do land in Primors, which is that kind of super southwestern extremity corner of the map. We'll see what kind of first circle we're going to have that might set them up to be a little bit more fruitful than the first game today.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of circles, we've been pretty blessed on both play paths and circles so far. Very central, both games. Nothing no wrench in the works. It's been, all right, we all land where we want to land. We all then convene in the middle, and then our gentleman's agreement to fight starts then. I'd like to see, maybe some wilder circles. I like the playing paths being a little bit, more central, because it does mean that everyone kind of gets that comfortable start, and everyone, feels on quote unquote equal footing. But if we start to get some crazy circles, it's really going to force some of the teams who have those kind of further out placements or drops either being favored if the circle's closing on them, or oh god, we need to move real quick because we are going to be chasing blue this whole time. So I'm curious to see what the circle's going to look like. It looks again like we got a good path for the plane here, going pretty much through the center. So we're on course for another standard game, Monica.
If there was any players listening to what you just said, we would be like, stop cursing us, because obviously we as spectators, we as casters, and we as viewers are like, we want some crazy playing paths, we want some crazy circles, because it's going to be the most exciting games to watch, because people are going to be doing things out of the norm. It's going to be pushing them out of their comfort zone, or their players be like, they're just like, no, please just keep it a set, an easy circle, give us a favorable circle so we can actually play true to our abilities. But here looks like LMV, remember the first game, the playing path was way over on the eastern side. They had a long jump all the way over to the Primorsk area. I don't think it took a while for them to get there, but here they're going to be the first ones flung out of the playing path. They're going to be the first ones actually landing and looting. So hopefully this might give them a little bit of an advantage. They might be a little bit better set up, for the rest of the game. I'm trying to see where else. Remember we had Team XTEAM. And then we had Swat 69 just on the very, very eastern police station edge of Yasnaya. I'd be very, very curious if they go there once again. But let's just see how this plays out. And I actually see something new here. We've got 2 teams landing in Fairy Pier, Team Doom. And I can't quite see which the other team is, but I think that's going to be our best chance for some early game action.
There's also an LMV member down there as well.
RESQ?
So
that's RESQ.
Yeah. So it looks like we're going to, have some real action breaking out already in vehicles, looking to land down, and a couple of people closing in on Quarry, and it is hidden at the moment with RESQ well aware of their position.
Come on. We got some Fast and Furious action. This is Tokyo Drift.
My brain just went, nah, they're on the same team. I just didn't comprehend that they were completely different teams there for a moment, but it looks like they are going to ignore each other. Not going to try and run over Frosty.
So what happened here is they both went for the vehicle spawn, but RESQ was able to get there just a second before Doom. But I actually was not expecting that we would have. So Team RESQ, they normally go into the South Georgia Pole area. Obviously, could not get all the way there. Usually, LMV when they loot up in the Primorsk area, they're all kind of 4 within the city on the peninsula. I think everybody thought that ferry pier where they're at was completely free. So this is kind of a shock that we got Hidan, the IGL of Team LMV, here on the rooftops now with 2 members of Team RESQ down below. I think, you know, he might be able to call out here. I mean, we have Hyper, the rest of them a little bit further north in the other compound. They should definitely, I mean, LMV is like, Hidan's like, hey, somebody needs to come here quick. We got 2 on the outskirts here. I have 2 isolated. I was able to hear the footsteps, and we do see backup is coming now in the form of Talon and Perks.
This could be a really, really hard start for Rescue. They're going to see or hear them coming over fairly soon. And there we go. Tick getting close to getting knocked. Perks is trying to find the damage onto him, getting him so low. Tick's knocked down, taken down, and that is first blood really early into our map 3.
Okay, they're able to isolate. However, we have Hidan now coming onto the side of support from the rest of his team, overwatching from the back side of the field as they're going to be pushing on to Coyote. Looks like running out into left. Okay, so good for Hidan, waiting for the rest of his team, coming to support, and they're going to be able to isolate this one out, and they're able to get the knock. And now Rescue, only 2 left. The winners from the last match, the one that we've been kind of really excited to see kind of have that comeback story, now down to only 2 players.
Had a great game 2, terrible game 1, and it's looking like now we're back at Erangel. Looking to pull a Panda, that, unfortunately.
They could pull a Panda. Stranger things have happened, definitely.
True.
But I mean, that was really great from LMV though. So two points right off the bat, without losing a single player. Hidan, I think, really good about, you know, some more inexperienced players are like, I want the kill, I'm gonna push the 1 versus 1, and then may find themselves knocked, and then their teammates might be too far away to support. You get knocked and thirsted. Now you put your own team in a very bad spot of only having 3 players left alive. But good for him, able to kind of isolate, push this guy out into the open, and then wait for Perks and wait for Talon to come through, and they're able to push him as a 3-man.
It's like Squat 69 are sharing at the moment.
Pushed up a little further.
I didn't see who they were sharing with, but they are pretty close to another team at the moment, so might see some action break out there. Or that line in the sand you talked about has been shared. It's actually, oh god, completely missed it again. We'll see. We'll see who they're sharing with, but it looks like for now they're actually completely on the opposite sides from each other, and they're not even interested in fighting.
God, this is their little, you know, gentleman's agreement. Like, we see you over there, but you guys can have that half. I mean, as Naya, it's definitely, you can loot it as a one team, but you can definitely share it as well. So they're playing nice here. They gave him a little bit more room. Remember 69 from the first game, they were just kind of cramped into the police station. So I think XTEAM, they identified, hey, there's another team over there. Let's just give a little bit more of a buffer, come over a little bit more on the western side, give them some more breathing room, and they're both able to kind of live peacefully within the city.
Well, eyes on Panda here. An amazing game 1, an amazing game 2, considering the circumstances they were under. Can they find their second check-in winner of the day? That was not the word. That was just both. That was both those words combined into one.
It's early. We get it.
My brain's working for me. Keep our eyes on Panda. Rescue, honestly, off to a really, really hard start. But so far, outside of that, it's been a pretty chill start. And LMV with those 2 kills. This might be that start of that bounce back we were talking about from them. We needed to see LMV find the big turnaround after 2 terrible games back to back, and a team with very high expectations, been together since 2019, very experienced roster, losing their first 2 matches in just horrific fashion is probably the fairest way to say it. Now starting off with 2 kills, taking out the winners of the previous game as well. Have to keep our eyes on LMV as well. There's a lot of moving parts here into this map 3.
Yeah, we got Blast, we got TSC Legends Abstract. I just still watching from the last match in this fight in Sanhok. I did see a lot of really great mechanics here. We got one vehicle kind of stuck in the ground. Team Savage Esports coming up into the compound just to the west side of Shelter. Really nice spot at the bottom of this hill, as we do have the first circle. Everyone just kind of, right, everyone takes that first circle. The teams that land kind of more in the central position, like Savage and Razak. We have 5 threats in Pachinki, and we have TSC Legends in the farm area. Landing center, it's best for them, you know, quickly loot and then rotate right into the center, having that nice kind of positioning to set themselves up for the remainder of the circles, versus the teams who do play a little bit more on the edge side. They're going to be staying on the blue just a little bit, taking their dear sweet time, looting up. And you saw there 6 times scope, like zoomed out into the 3, almost no recoil on that actually Scar L that he has. Well, most of these players, if they see a Scar L, is definitely second favorable to an M4. So if they kill a team, they see an M4 fully, tac talk, everything, and he's definitely going to be switching that one out. Blast Esports right on next to TSC.
Yeah, it does look like they're looking for some action here, maybe to get a bit of spray off. Gumball, not going to get hit there. Decided not to pull the trigger. Blast are aware of TSC. I don't know if TSC are aware of Blast, but Nash is making his way up closer and closer to TSC. I think Legends has now seen it. Oh, sorry, Albi has now seen him. So they are aware that Blast are nearby. This is a very, very forward position here from Nash. Very isolated from the team. If you get knocked, you're probably just going down. So the circle looks to close in. So before this action even breaks out, these teams might have to move. We'll keep our eyes on where the next circle is going to be. Fairly central again so far. As here it goes. Wow, this luck. We have had 3 very central circles today so far.
Boring for us. We have 5T. Like I said, they landed in the central position of Pinchinky. Immediately, I'm not surprised. They went straight for Potato Hill. Highest elevation in the general area, able to look down on all the teams rotating past them from down below. But we see the kind of central crunch as soon as the circle is about to pop, they're like, hey, start the engines. We're getting ready. As soon as the circle pops, we're going to rotate here, depending on where the circle might go. Team Shockwave also coming on in, coming from Severny all the way passing the Yasnaya Bridge, making their way to the blues, just kind of on the opposite side hill from like Warehouse and all of that. This is a very favorite spot for a lot of teams to take down the compounds. This big dip here next to the rocks that you're able to really hide your vehicles between. So very nice positioning from Shockwave. 0 kills found so far. I mean, the only kills found so far was the 2 kills from LMV onto Team RESQ. So, I mean, just like that first Erangel game, everyone's just kind of like, keeping our resources, not taking too many fights, just like saving it to the very, very end.
Yeah, they're waiting for that final, those later circles to get in on this action. Yeah, a little bit there. There's obviously a few teams who, we haven't really seen too much from. These kind of middle teams. Most Wanted, kind of one of those teams. Like, it's not been awful, it's not been great, it's not been standout so far. So, we'll keep our eyes on them as well, because, we've been talking a lot about the bottom teams and the top teams, but there are these teams in the middle. And, to qualify, you just need to make top 8. And Conqueror.
Oh,
there's a Panda bear hanging around.
What is this? Lang X. Lang X literally in the corner of this. What happened here? The Team Panda. So Xana. Which, by the way, there's 2 players in this lobby that I've met in person. One of them being Xana from Team Conqueror, and the other one is Talon from Team LMV. I met them at Peacekeeper Elite Championship in Shanghai, China, like 2 years ago. So definitely, I'm kind of rooting, like, unofficially for these 2 just because I've met them a little bit at that tournament. But yeah, Team Conqueror, I think they're completely unaware that there's a player of Team Panda. Literally, like, there's an imposter among us, and he's hiding in the corner. Hopefully they're going to be able to. Hopefully for Panda, he's able to survive this. But hopefully for Team Conquer, that they're not going to be caught, completely unaware from this one player.
Where are the rest of Panda? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I can't see them anywhere. Completely isolated from the team. This could be one of those highlight plays, or this could just be, I'm going to sit in a bush and wait for this storm to pass.
They're channeling their inner animal panda. Yeah. I was going to say, they're channeling their inner panda spirit. It's a very independent animal, so they're just like, we're just gonna stay away from each other. We're just gonna social distance. Like you fend for yourself over there in that courtyard. Yeah, the rest of them. It looks like this one guy came to scout, had the compound, was waiting for the rest of his team, and then all of a sudden Conqueror showed up. Hey, here's your hard shit. This ship's all the way down to the farm, and look, there's so much water. There's like a third of this map that is completely unplayable. So it's definitely going to be that northwestern crunch that most of these teams are going to be fighting on.
Look at them all just swarm south now. Yeah. On massive vehicles. There is going to be so much action in the next few moments. All of these teams are just right on top of each other.
Yep.
Wow, that's a lot of action coming our way. You can see a couple of teams are just looking to play on the edge here. LMV, definitely one of those teams, going to be probably looking to play on the edge. No, sorry, not LMV. RESQ, definitely looking to play on the edge because only got 2 members left, so probably he's going to try and get some placement points. As Storm have been collapsed on multiple fronts here. They've got LMV closing in from the side, 5 threats in front of them, and I didn't quite see who was off to the left of them. It might have been Blast, but they are completely closed off here, and action is breaking out galore. People are just making shots. The Storm just trying to try and pick off a little bit of damage. Interesting smoke there.
Yeah, so much action happening out. Looks like we're going to be watching Storm with just 5 threats, just sending it past them from Potato Hill down the hill to the edge of the water. As you do see, LMV Hidan does find a knock onto Team Doom, so he's calling back Perks, who's dispatched out a little bit closer to Storm. Come back, we got a team right here. That's going to be Team Doom, but on this hillside, this is on that northwestern side of the circle, like we called it. All these teams coming into the close side. Team Conqueror as well down below. Actually, 69 now, sending it on to Team XTEAM. So maybe looking to flush the kill. This is going to be in the snake compounds right within the farm area. Like everyone had their eyes sight on this compound, and we got multiple teams all battling it out.
Everybody is just completely scrapping right now.
Yep.
Scott 69 inside the building. They've got 1 member of Team X with them, but Bujo taking a couple of shots here on the side. As there's going to be another elimination coming out. PNL needs to get some health back. He's going to just pop those meds, heal back up. But there is just so much action. You can see that Savage Gaming as well on top of that hill, looking down across the action. Same for Clear, actually, who are a bit of a distance away, but they'll be well aware of all of the action happening down here. And we are just going to see so many teams starting to get knocked down. XTEAM down to 1 member. TSQ also down to 2. RESQ, we knew they were already low, so they're probably just staying as far away from all of this action as possible. And Team Panda, pretty quiet start for them here. Not really getting involved in too much of this action. Had 2 great starts to the game. It looks like, no, they are looking to try and take some damage out onto Conqueror as zooming towards them, just using their vehicles to close in. And now Panda take a couple of shots. They need to just get back down below the hill to heal back up and get away to safety.
Yeah, we got that eastern, like southeastern circle. I really commemorate Blast. Remember the circle shifted? They were already within the circle, but they knew these teams are going to be sending it in. So they just immediately rotated a shark fin, and now they have easy, like completely free rotation into the center of the circle as they're just, so I think Blast, very nice for them. They're not just like, hey, we're in the circle, we don't need to move. Like they are moving. They're being proactive about it and giving more room behind them because right immediately Storm took the compound that they were just at before. So Blast is really setting themselves really well here. We have XTEAM taking out members of LakoNostra as Savage Esports also setting into the compound just shy of yet another team. 5T also coming in as LakoNostra. I mean, they're just looking for anywhere, any sort of foothold that they can find as they're getting shot at from a blast from all of them. This coop is about to blow up. They send it into the shack as oh no! The car gets blown up from Blast Esports. So Team LakoNostra losing multiple members, and it's going to be only 1 player left alive in this match.
Blast is taking pot shots as well.
Got
all 4 members alive, but they are spread out a little bit here. As 5 threats are also looking to try and find themselves a couple of pickoffs there. This circle has just forced so much action out of these teams now. Everybody just trying to get a solid grip hold so they don't feel completely pincered by other teams. But everyone is on top of everyone at the moment. It is so bountiful, I guess, with action. It's probably the best word to describe it. Five Threats got himself a pretty nice position here in this compound, but Conqueror and Team X sharing this bunker here. And that is going to be the first team knocked out. Clear Vision Esports are knocked out. 0 kills, 0 fights. And Team X are going to get themselves taken out as well. Rescue down to 1 member. The Squad 69 looking for the last member. That is going to be the end of 2 teams, just like that. Knocked out. 5 Threats now far enough. That was the damage coming out here. And Team Doom are taken out as well. Squad 69 knocked as 5 Threats are just spraying down onto them.
That was super unfortunate for Team X team and then Team Conquer right below. They were the last 2 players left alive for both of their teams in that Wizard Tower. And 5 Threats, literally, it was the easiest 2 kills they could have had. It was literally the same angle through the window. First, X team stood up to take shots at, I think it was Team 69 actually, rotating past him, got shot in the back. And then obviously they're on 2 different teams. So Xana from down below from Conquer had no idea. And literally same angle, just 1 floor below him, also got shot out from 5 Threats. So 5 Threats collecting 2 kills, easy peasy, just like that. As we do have LakoNostra, the last 2 players, finally, actually last 1 player actually sending it in, trying to find any sort of foothold in the circle, as we do have just a couple more seconds left before the circle closes on up. We're about 19 minutes elapsed in this match, starting to get to the end stages. Look how completely open it is on the southeastern side, as it does center up one more time. I'm loving Blast's position here.
Yes, this is very good for Blast. Savage also in a pretty okay position. I do want to note as well, Panda have got six kills. Like, I didn't see when that happened,
surprised,
but they've just been racked up kills. Action's breaking out.
Not surprised.
On this
Storm Gaming actually crashing up on a 5 Threats.
Yeah, it's actually LMV are a little bit involved in this as well, I believe. No, it's not. It's just 5 Threats and Storm.
Third party.
A couple of members going down. Bunch of people knocked and Storm trying to push forward aggressively. Try and find these last couple of members of 5 Threats. As we're needing 3 cameras to be able to see all of the action here.
We got to see all of this.
Breaking out on multiple fronts. Okay, Storm trying to push forward. Can they get the shots off? Trying to find that kill. Able to get that first one. One of 5 Threats has now been set on fire. Everybody is just scrapping through the smoke. And I can't see who's actually coming out on top of this fight here. But that is going to be 5 Threats eliminated. So Storm having another amazing game here as we moved on to map 3. Got themselves 3 kills. They're in a good position. All members alive. Panda with 7 kills, but down to 2 members once again. High action as LMV have now found Blast as well. More action breaking out here as they're trying to find themselves a knock through the window. They're just throwing these nades, trying to flush out and out, and that is going to be TSC knocked out. Blast continuing to be pincered here as LMV are just chasing into them. Going to get the pickup as well.
Yeah, it looks like LMV Hadan. Hadan in the IGL, he's always has this like off angle from the rest of the team. Like I've seen this so many times. Has the sniper rifle watching. I don't know if these angles are the best though, because the rest of his team literally under fire from Blast. The one thing that is fortunately saving them. However, Varwin jumps out the window, does find one that ran into the shack. So we have 2 players left of LMV. Varwin getting shot though. I think took a little bit of damage from Hadan off in the distance as he now does crash up to support the rest of his team. Blast down to only 3 players, and the 1 player, I mean this one that Snowix that is still in this compound. I'd be getting in my car, I'd be returning to the rest of my team. It looks like he is going to smoke himself a trail to be reunited to back over there. I think them having a 2-2 split this late in the game was a little detrimental because they know teams are going to be crashing up onto their compounds, and I think Blast, the fatal error here was not having the other 2 come on back to the other half of the team to reunite as a full team.
Yes, I think that was definitely their biggest mistake. Spreading themselves out. Savage also having a fight here versus Squad 69. Squad 69 find themselves very pinned there behind that radio tower. Taking shot after shot. They're unable to move. That's going to be the knock here from 0C into the kill.
Come on, 1 nade.
There's only 2 members left. They're pincered. The nades, the bullets are flying. And Squad 69, I don't think they've got anywhere to go. This might just be the end of them. 0C is down. Only 2 members remaining. Savage, 4 kills. Looking to make that into 6 here. As the circle is right against them, there's nowhere for them to go. They're using the smoke. There's maybe an opportunity to move a little bit further out. Savage has just got himself such a nice position here in this building. Nemo able to move out a little bit. A couple of shots coming out.
Careful for your toes.
Those toes are being
unfortunately,
those toes are being trimmed. And that's going to be the end of Nemo. Only one left. And Savage is going to look to try and tidy this one up. Can Schofield make this work? That's the real question. Is this going to be that big hero play?
Come on. I mean, unfortunately for Nemo, he's getting shot in the back from Storm Gaming, so it's just kind of both of them. There's like nowhere to hide anywhere now for Sick Team Swat 69. Just a little bit too far from the circle. We have Storm Gaming though finishing off a member of Panda. So we have our Team Panda, 1 player left, but 7. They're tied with Storm Gaming for the most number of kills in this match so far. But 1 player left alive, and that's going to be GK first.
We still do have that 1 member of Scott 69 still in it. Nash has been knocked, and Perks is going to look to finish this one up. SnowX going low, but is able to get the nade and get the knockdown with that. That's going to be the end of Panda. The worst placement today, as they get taken out in 7th position. Scott 69 also going down around the same time. RESQ still in this as far as the placements go. A horrible start for them, but hanging on the end here is LMV. They have just turned themselves on in this game. They've had a terrible start to the first 2 maps. Starting out aggressively, taking out 2 members of RESQ. Now up to a bunch of kills, and that is going to be one of them going down. LMV eliminated just as I'm singing their praises. Blast them. Coming up big. Only 5 teams remain. 14 teams left. 14 players left. The Savage now getting under fire here from Storm. Storm, honestly, 2 games back-to-back being hyper aggressive, and it is doing them wonders.
So aggressive. Yeah, we all heard it. We're like, there's a storm of brewing, and its name is Storm Gaming for sure. All these teams are in the circle. They're just waiting for the 7th one to pop, and it actually lands right on top of Storm Gaming. Right now, they really need to focus on Savage Gaming just to their north side, because they're definitely going to be pulling out all those grenades, hopefully get a knock or 2, opening the fight, and just storming over the top of the crest of the hill to finish off this team if they can. So Storm Gaming, they need to really turn on their defensive mechanisms and save themselves. While down below the fight is going to be a 3-way fight between, like he said, RESQ, Hyper. Last one just hanging on in there. Blast. That compound gave them so much time in this match, but they finally need to come across the bridge. But the first ones to make their move is going to be, looks like, actually, I was going to say, like, one of them here needs to make a move with Savage Gaming. Yeah, one of them is starting to come up. He just saw the top of them. Throws the nade just behind him. Gets 0C. But now Savage Gaming. Oh, looks like, oh my God, Samara is just sending it into the depth. Information stopped in the blue zone. Stopped in the blue zone, but I'm really confused about what was the strategy there, because he stopped in the blue zone, maybe a little bit too far, maybe he wasn't aware how close they were. But Savage Esports now out, Shockwave, and now RESQ. I think the last home player is going to be out onto the side. So I mean, this is Storm Gaming, Storm Esports game to win for sure, but Shockwave, hell of a game so far, and the previous one, and they're definitely looking to clean this one up.
2 teams who had amazing map number 2 coming up huge here, and they are just trying to burn them through the hills, just get himself back up with these med kits, and Hyper just doing his best to maybe get second. That's all they can look for right now. Maybe some kind of a hero play could come out for RESQ, but it is just about the placement points for now, as Shockwave and Storm are going to be going toe-to-toe. They've both got these hills to hide underneath, so they have got a little bit of movement, a little bit of room to play with, as they are spreading out somewhat. Storm staying together as one unit, but for the rest of Shockwave, they are spreading out, trying to get a flank and trying to pincer onto Storm here. There's Hyper coming out from underneath the tree a little bit, staying in the shrubbery though, doesn't want to get caught out quite yet. Can Shockwave find themselves their opening? No, that's going to be a great knock there from the nade right on top. They are going to be able to pick them back up. Shockwave, their back is to the blue though. This could get a little bit harder. They're throwing out nades one after the other. And just continuing to get this fire down, this cover. They've got this beautiful lip. They've got the cars to hide behind as well. But that was a
return knock.
And that's going to be the end of RESQ. We kind of expected that to be coming through, to be completely open with you. But
I was a little afraid that RESQ hype
crazy in a moment. 16 seconds until the circle closes. And they're going to be forced out from under these lips from where their cars are. They can't move them now. They've popped them.
Definitely Team Shockwave, a little bit more spread out, having the different angles. I think it looks like Nightmare getting a knock and a secondary knock onto Team Storm Gaming as they get one in return. But this is effectively a 3 versus 2. Now leveling the playing field, a 2 versus 2. 2 members of Team Storm and 2 members of Team Shockwave. But fortunately for Storm, their players are a little bit closer together. Might be able to go for the revives, as Wazino not giving any chance whatsoever for Team Shockwave to get the revives. Flushes out one, but Shockwave, they've got the different angles here. One nade, one utility. If Team Shockwave has any left over, that's going to be pivotal in here to get the 3 knock, 3 kill to win the match. However, they see one run out into the open, gets a knock, gets a secondary knock. It's going to be 2 players up now from Team Storm. And it's going to be, looks like Seiko and Muse running on over to the side. Looks like he's got one. He knows exactly where he is, down to the ground, and they're able to finish it out. I thought Storm Gaming had it, but it's going to be Shockwave to come over from the little downhill slope and actually win the 3rd match today, and that's going to be on Erangel.
Shockwave and Storm are really starting to bounce back, actually. They had some really, really good maps back-to-back, and I'm genuinely impressed. We saw the end of Panda pretty early. LMV, honestly, an amazing recovery from them. They did go out a little bit earlier than maybe I would have liked to, but they were able to find themselves a few aggressive kills. We can bring up the scores right now and see how everyone is placing, well, not placing, but how they all place at the end of that. Shockwave with 25 kills, Storm with 22, LMV in 6th there, 9 points earned by them, tied with Panda. So a really nice little bounce back for them. RESQ 10 points, so we're starting to see, you know, the dust settle after the first 3 games, and we're getting a good understanding of where some of these teams are starting to place.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave and Storm Gaming EU they actually tied in kill points. It was just that 3-point difference in placement Shockwave got over. So Shockwave, they got Shockwave, they got first place this game, 10 kills. The last game, they technically ended in 2nd place, but they had more kills than I would say it was RESQ. So they actually finished in 1st place as well in the previous game too. So they've got back-to-back 2 very impressive games as we now take a look at the 2nd half of the scoreboard.
Yeah, unfortunately, 5 Frets had a great start to game number 1, but, you know, 2 games back-to-back, not quite so good. TSC as well. Underwhelming performance so far, and Clear Vision first out, 0 points for them. We're starting to see, you know, some of the teams towards the bottom of the ladder really starting to struggle now. Obviously, there are still more games to go. There's still 2 more days, and there's still 2 more games today as well. But that being said, you don't want to be in a bad position coming out of day number 1, because it's starting to get, you know, it's starting to snowball. We're starting to see teams like Shockwave, Storm, Panda got consistent points, and they are starting to, you know, pull ahead of the rest of the teams. Anyway, we are going to throw to a break before we get ready to go into our 4th map, which is going to be Miramar. So we'll see you in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
See you later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL qualifiers. We have had 3 absolutely amazing games to start us off today into, well, 3 days of PUBG action here. But we are moving on to game number 4. Before we get into game number 4, I'm hoping we got it ready, but I'd like to have a look at the standings and just see, where everybody has placed by the end of this. But after the last 3 games. It's coming up. There it is. Right, so Shockwave is sitting at the top with 58 points. Panda, 7 points behind them. Then Storm Gaming, who are actually a little bit behind the rest of them. Then Savage Esports, who've honestly kind of crept up on us, if I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think we sung their praises enough. Then it's RESQ, Blastem, Fifets, and XTEAM. Let's move down to the second half and just take a look at everything going on down there as well. Because I think there's one name missing off this top 8 who I think we all expected to be up here and fairly high up here as well. And that is our team in 12. LMV Gaming, 11 points right now. They are significantly behind the rest of the teams.
Yeah, majority of those 11 points they got in this past game. Like if you just tuned in first 2 games, they were a little bit, I won't say a little bit, very lackluster for them. But certainly, I mean, we kind of already knew it was going to be Shockwave and it was going to be Team Panda that were going to be kind of right at neck and neck for right at the very, very top of the leaderboards. For them, like Shockwave, highest in placement points, highest in kill points across all of the teams. Panda just directly below them. And that was a little surprising. It was Team Savage, I believe it was. They actually only had pretty few kill points in terms of placement. So it's definitely them, their ability to get into the late games, getting those placement points is what's putting them so high on the leaderboards. For these, I mean, like you said, this is still day 1. This is match 3 out of 5. We still had these kind of bottom teams that were still kind of looking for a little bit more. But as you can see, like LMV Gaming, they had the one like decently good game. They were able to jump from kind of last place up into, I think that was about 11th place or so. So the scores are still pretty volatile at this point, just because it's still early. There's not that many points, not that many games worth of points put into the leaderboard so far. So it's still one win can shoot you right up into like top 3 for any of these teams kind of right at the bottom.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the front runners haven't completely run away with it yet. They are at the front. They're in a pretty comfortable position. But like you said, if Most Wanted have an amazing game coming up on map 4, they can suddenly shoot into top 8 just off one game. If you consistently lose for the rest of the day and the teams at the top consistently win for the rest of the day, and in this fashion, Panda have got themselves 26 kills, Shockwave 29 kills, Storm 25 kills. If they continue to rack up high placements tied with high kill scores, by the end of today, catching up is going to be harder. It's not impossible, but it's going to be a lot harder. Now we're shaking things up on map 4. We are moving on to Miramar, so that should be changing things up a little bit more. Monaco, it's the first time jumping onto this in this qualifiers, so what we're expecting coming in from Miramar, I'm saying it right, aren't I? I just had a complete heart attack. I said it wrong there, but talk to us about this map and what we're expecting from this.
Yeah, Miramar is actually my favorite map. So Miramar, it's very like desert landscape. There's not, I mean, you saw so much like bushes, like foliage, grass to hide in for in Erangel and in Sanhok. But Miramar, there's none of that. I mean, there's a kind of like the barren bush. There's like the random cactus or palm tree, but it's really not as many, not just like kind of out in the open and you can hide behind. There's lots of dips, very treacherous terrain in terms of mountainside. So it's going to be very hard rotations. Especially, if imagine you're in a car, you're trying to drive up a hill to get to a certain place, and you're going to be a very easy target for people that may be set up close by. So for Miramar especially, we're going to see some teams like LMV still kind of just hanging out in the blue, just slowly coming in for that late rotation. But then you have some teams that, they land in Picado, they land in Power Grid, San Martin, that very central position. They're going to have a very easy access. So first plane path to set things off though. So we're gonna so those teams that do go up in the kind of the northeastern side of the map, they're gonna and like I did mention this a couple games ago, Miramar, it's so big. Most of these teams that they're not landing in a central position, they're going to have an alternative drop spot. For example, they might either go Valley de Mar or they may go Cruz de Valley. Just one of those two, whichever it favors.
Yeah, and it's probably been our least favorable playing path today. Actually, they've all been pretty central, but this one definitely just moving through the south and not really covering too much. So we'll see, you know, what we're expecting on that one. Be a real slap in the face if the circle's in the top right, to be honest. Make everyone run up that way. We'll see if we have any exciting circle as well to follow up with a interesting playing path. The teams will be obviously spreading out. I assume for some of the teams, though, it's going to be just get to a car and then get away. And that circle is going to really hurt anyone who wants to go up north. So it's probably going to force a few teams' hands here, maybe into a unfavorable situation, as already Nemo looking for the knock. Hasn't quite got the kill on Killer yet. Is able to find it there. That's a nice little start there.
That was literally you don't really see M14 using close range action. That was literally, hey, there's a team dropping with us, grab whatever gun you can, and then just spam the Mini 14, trying to get a knock. But Hunter with the UMP able to knock him right on back. So tit for tat, and we have actually now Storm getting they are actually on a roll here. That's two actually different teams that they kind of split landed across, and then they're just collecting multiple kills right now. Actually, sorry, one kill, but multiple knocks.
Well, they're looking for a fight here. That's going to be Bujo going down. Phoenix able to finish up the kill there. Bujo loses his life, and that is now just 2 members left. The Swat 69 currently in a pretty low position in the standings. This is a big win for them just to find 2 kills early. Not lose a single member. They have got blinking health bars, though, so they need to get some of these meds and try and recuperate what they lost. So it's going to burn them a little bit of resources for this action, but a great start to our 4th match here as we're seeing more action breaking out. Storm looking to find themselves a kill. They got themselves the knockdown. Inori, don't think you're going to be able to survive this one, friend. It's down they go. That's going to be another kill picked up for Storm, or their first one of this map.
I mean, the really tough thing about LakoNostra's position is they can split drop. So teams, they can either split drop or they can all land within a city. When you split drop like that, the advantages are, yes, like lots of little compounds that we might call quote unquote trash looting, able to collect a lot in a very short amount of time. However, the disadvantages are exactly what you're seeing on screen here. You're so split up. If you accidentally land on another team, and that's what kind of happened to LakoNostra, it was that they were just kind of picked off one by one by one. They're constantly having to take the 1v3, 1v4 fight to try to survive, and that actually left them as the only team that has suffered casualties, left with only 1 player left alive.
Yeah, it's a really, really hard start for them as well. Really rough.
Really hard.
Been a little bit quieter from some of the other teams. Savage got himself a kill. Seeing Shockwave also not really being able to get too much achieved for them right now. Like you said, it's a large map, so people are very spread out. We won't really see too much from some of these teams for a while. Just, I think the circle and the playing path has forced a few teams to maybe land on top of each other and scrap. And that has obviously cost a few teams a couple of members.
Yeah, Team Savage Gaming going in Picado. This is actually a really interesting team to talk about because they actually did a massive, massive roster change just very recently. The only player that is left over from the previous roster was Erangel. So some of their ex-teammates on different teams, but this team, for being such a new team in terms of just kind of getting together, they've actually doing pretty well for themselves because they're in that like top 3, top 4 position. So definitely super early to get that synergy as we have Team RESQ does get the knock onto one of the members of SWAT 69, taking some shots in the back as well. So PNL, I mean, fortunately he was able to get the knock, puts PNL down on his knees, takes away a little bit the armor resources. However, I mean, he was so far away. He had a teammate right next to him, absolutely going to be able to get the revive off. So RESQ, 1 knock, but no kill to show for it.
Yeah, and they kind of still need to find these kills. They are currently in 5th place in the overall ranking, so it's not the end of the world for them, but you do want to continue a good streak because you had a pretty poor start to the first 2 games. So we will keep our eyes on RESQ moving a little bit later into this map. For now, though, they are currently having a bit of a scrap versus Swat 69. Obviously able to find that knock a little bit earlier. Swat 69 just getting himself into this building for some positional safety. Blood just scouting out. Can see the 2 members scurrying around inside that building, but not going to go for it as RESQ actually continue to spray down. Coyote getting some good damage off. Good advantage he's got from the high ground to be able to really chip away at the health bars here for Squad 69. And looks like they might actually just be bailing on this fight entirely, although you got Hyper right up on the top as well from a different angle, so he's able to spray down as Blood also trying to get some chip damage onto Squad 69. They are split up and they are just cut off in so many angles. This is really rough for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, Blood, he's a little isolated from the rest of this team, but right now this fight, it's not even within the circle. They're not fighting for positioning. They're just fighting just to fight. And the one thing that that might be motivating them for that is that both of these teams landing in San Martin, one of them wants to one of them, SWAT 69 or Team RESQ, wants to force the other team out of the city. Like, hey, ideally, we want this city by ourselves. We don't want a whole nother team to share it with, because like we saw in Erangel, Yasnaya, it's big enough to share. San Martin, not so much. So here they're using it. They're like, hey, get out of here so we can have the easy rotation out right here. They're kind of deterring both of them because they're both stuck outside the circle, both still in San Martin, and they're giving up the time that it would take to rotate into a more favorable position into the center of the circle.
Yeah, it's costing them a little bit, but now we're moving on to, I believe it's Conqueror versus Savage. And again, scrapping. I kind of expected, because of this map, because of how open it is, you can get these scraps to long-range gunfights. That's exactly what we're getting delivered on here. So
yeah, like you said, like you said, long range distance. If you don't have a long range gun on Miramar, you are not going to have a good time. This is definitely the game for the mini 14s, for the sniper rifles, the DMRs, to be able to shoot in the distance at your opponents. Team Savage Gaming got Rashel, that one remaining member. By the way, all these are pro players, but your favorite player, Flick, he's actually the only one that's like a non-pro player. Like, this is his first official tournament that he's been playing in, and so far he's made a little bit of name for himself, being the last member from his team alive in the first game, being able to get the first blood of the second game. So hopefully all good things for Flick for the remainder of this tournament.
He's like me. He's new to it all. You know, coming in, a fresh face. Unlike me, though, he's a complete menace. He's causing so much. In the first couple of games, he's caused so much work. Anyway, it looks like the circle's closed, and then we'll see exactly where this second circle will go. As does still look like RESQ are in that fight right now and not looking to move out. So here we go, circle. Ooh, pretty central still to where we were. So this is going to force these teams down, and it looks like there might just be a bit of a gentleman's agreement from RESQ. Nope, it looks like they can continue to fight over there.
I mean, if they do fight it out, RESQ and Team SWAT 69, you look how completely open that northern side of the circle is. Whoever wins that fight, or if they disengage, it's going to be almost a completely free rotation into the circle. They'll probably take some of those compounds at those intersections of the roads, but it's really, look at the south. I would not want to be on the southwestern side of the circle, because everyone is going to be clustered right on top of each other. And I mean, just popping on here again, looks like they are just going to be like, hey, we've wasted, almost 10 minutes in this spot. We're just gonna leave on out of here. Actually, 69 still under a little bit of shots, but it's gonna be that hard top. I call it a Scooby-Doo van, that they're gonna get out of there, giving them the protection and able to rotate out with Storm Gaming. Oh, Storm Gaming, the one that everyone is kind of scared of in this match, is going to be just off in the distance just a little bit, as SWAT 69 just kind of wide rotates around, probably going to come in on that northwestern side that is still pretty free. No one else. So actually, I spoke a little bit too soon. This one player is Storm, just hiding on the edges, and I think it was just like a free gifted kill to him. So I guess SWAT 69 leaving San Martin, but losing one in the process.
Yeah, Schofield isolated from the team and paid the price for that. That was a nice and easy kill there, picked up by Manu. It's gonna look to blow up the car, so no one else can use
actually, he smoked it out to get in it super easy. Yeah. let's see, Team XTEAM making their way into this compound. Nice little fence kind of defense over here. So XTEAM, and they want to park their cars nicely, right? You see them trying to park them inside, park them safely, because if another team is able to see your vehicles, they're going to be a menace, right? A thorn in the side, pop your tires, blow up your car. That's one less resource that you can use for the remainder of the match. And you're going to be stuck at the end of the game trying to rotate in a heavily populated circle with 1-2 vehicles that are probably going to blow up. It's just taking the chances away from your opponents of making it into the end game. Team Savage, 1 kill found so far, still on that hillside, just kind of a little bit like kind of in the central area of the circle. Really good spot for them, and they're just going to sit casually, wait for this next circle to close on up a little bit more as these other teams are just kind of centering up, just hunkering down, playing defensively, and keeping their spot within the circle.
Well, we had a lot of action at the beginning, but it has definitely kind of dissipated out as I think the teams have either won their fights or, you know, they've decided we're running a lot of meds. We're burning a lot of like resources right now, and we're only on the first couple of circles. We need to save this stuff. So teams kind of moving on. It is a little bit painful though, as we have got one team currently sitting with a single member left. It looks like we are about to see this circle close once again. Is it going to be more central, or are we going to see it move off and maybe move towards one of these teams who are currently hovering on the edge of the circle? We'll see. Keep our eyes on where this is going to go. Oh, okay. So fairly central, but off a little bit to the west.
The ones that I'm watching especially is going to be Team RESQ. Like right now, if they get in the cars, they go and they can make it into that northern side of the circle, they're going to have a pretty free rotation. However, we saw Savage on that eastern side. They're able to identify. It looks like the southern side is going to be pretty congested. They're probably going to kind of rotate up on the northern side, so to kind of even out the like how populated the circle is on the southern side. That might be a little bit okay for the teams on the eastern side that are already within. They won't have to be watching their outside as much. But Conqueror looks like going to the, actually this is going to be the kind of really, I talked about treacherous terrain. You can get your car just like stuck on the top of the mountainside. We have Team Luna, or Team 5 Threat with Luna kind of holding the anchor of their team really on that far southern side. And what I mentioned before on the edges like this, rotating like this, if you have a team in front of you, you have all the room to continue to sweep, continue to rotate clockwise around the circle to try to find an easier access within to avoid losing any of your members.
It's been fairly quiet though, for especially teams like Savage, who, you know, have had a very, very bloody start. Panda as well. I think maybe the last 2 games have maybe spooked them a little bit. Like, they've had great placement, they've had great kills, but they've lost members early, and that has cost them potentially a first, a second, a couple games in a row now. So, looks like they're taking it a little bit more relaxed for the moment. It looks like Most Wanted, actually. Looking to try and get himself a little bit of damage off. Try and find a knock, potentially, as they are currently having a very poor day number 1 here. The PMPL qualifiers, so they definitely need to try and find some way to pull it back, some kills, some good placements. Definitely gonna be their plan, but they are picking a fight with Savage, who are one of our top teams right now. So see if this works out for them.
Hey, it's go big or go home. They're currently at the very end stages, and we see South Shockwave actually just getting out of their car, and it's getting blown up from Itachi from Team Conqueror. So, I mean, that was really fortunate for them. Fortunate in terms of Team Conqueror, not for Team Shockwave. But Shockwave, they're also one of the teams closer to the top of the leaderboards. Conqueror, I think, closer to the bottom. Looks like they just collected the 2 kills, and they see the blue zone coming in. They're like, peace out. We're going to go for the circle. Actually, this is actually pretty scary. They have multiple members and multiple cars. If Tiger Z can come through and maybe blow up a car, they're all actually clustered on together. Oh, actually, they're all getting into the same car. Oh no. Come stop healing. Shoot at them. They can blow up this car, get the revenge. They're all under fire in the open, and they do lose 1. So it's 3 players left alive from Team Conqueror. Unfortunate for them. The vehicle resources were just not there for them, but the circle does shift down to the south. So whoever gets out of here are going to have a free entry into the southeastern side of the circle.
Yeah, Tiger Z definitely just looking to play interruption here. I believe Panda also got those kills because they were off on the top bridge as well. Shockwave opened up fire, able to find himself one knock. Hasn't quite finished it up with a kill, and I don't think that's going to result in a kill, unfortunately, for them. Conqueror healing up. Their health is so low right now, and Shockwave is just looking to play interruption, but health is starting to go very low, needs to start to heal up, and I think that might be the end of Shockwave. They are the first out here on Miramar. Had an amazing performance so far, but to go here has been rough for them. As we are seeing more fights starting to get some kills. Conqueror are going to lose someone to the play zone as well. And Conqueror only two members left for that single kill.
Oh, man. Yeah, they got the 2 kills, but at what cost? Just dying out into the blue zone, out in 16th place, so 0 placement. And I think that was 2 kills, 3 kills actually, that they were able to have. Now the circle, it did close up right centered onto Chumacera. It's actually improved very well for the southern team, but for those northern teams that we were watching before, they're gonna have to really rotate to get in the city. Looks like Doom Frosty actually with the perfectly cooked grenade, knocking 2 players of Team Blast and actually going for the flushes. So was this a 1 versus 2 with a nade, quickly goes for the flushes, perfectly timed, as now Doom has forced Blast to go down the hill and go back within the city of Chumacera.
Clear currently sitting at the bottom. All members alive. No kills for themselves, but they've got themselves this lovely high ground here. Scott 69 looking up the hill, and you've also got Blastem. Well, one of the 2 remaining Blastem members is currently sandwiched between them, and you can see a lot of teams are very close to each other, and the kill feed is starting to light up. People are getting dropped. Everybody is in the same place as RESQ, able to get themselves a knock as well. Hopefully looking to turn this into a kill, because they have had a turnaround in the last couple of games. And I think Claire just looking to try and get himself a few placement points, try and get later and later into this game. Panda, again, secretly just getting a couple of kills. We haven't really seen much of them. We haven't watched or spectated them too much, but they've got 2 kills already. All of their members alive. I can't really speak for their resources right now, but they've been pretty good at just silently getting, picking up these points in the background. Well, you wouldn't know about it. Is LMZ taking a fight here? It does look like they are just going to be able to force them out. Nick finds himself a knock. 5 threats. Trying to find these kill onto LMV. Is able to get a bunch of damage off. But Perks able to shoot down, and this might just be the spray to finish him off. This will be the end of that part of that team. As there we go. LMV find themselves an elimination onto 5 threats. They are the 2nd team out. LMV now getting shot down as Panda got a brilliant high ground shot onto LMV.
Oh, yeah.
They're just firing down there inside the circle as well. So they're just taking that dot damage as well. It's getting so hard for LMV. Their position is just rough compared to where Panda are. Pandas have a fantastic location. They got that car hidden away in the ditch as well. Perks is under some serious fire here, as RESQ have been eliminated in the meanwhile. And LMV are dropping like flies right now to Panda. 5 kills on the board for this team. And there is only 1 member of LMV left. And he is just taking so many shots. That's going to be Panda just mopping up LMV.
Mopping. What am I saying? Mopping up, indeed. I mean, the circle, it shifted to the southeastern side of the circle, which is absolutely worst case scenario for all these teams that sent it into the city of Chumacera, because now they're going to be fighting over each other, trying to get into the circle. The best place, I mean, right here, we got Doom up onto the hillside. Most Wanted trying to get up there as well, but they definitely want to be on that hillside, trying to gatekeep the rest of these teams down into the city from getting in, because you really have the vantage point of all the buildings everywhere. Most Wanted, actually, this is the last player of Blast. Does he know he's got an enemy among us just down below? I mean, Minis from Team Blast. He's super quiet here. He's not in the circle, but obviously there's so many teams around him. He doesn't want to make himself aware. But as we do lose that last player of LakoNostra TheNameless going out in 12th position.
Phoenix trying to get some damage off. On to some of these most wanted members, and there's just Seeing if they can find it. Swat69, they've been pretty aggressive in the last couple of games as well, which has been nice to see from them. Hasn't really helped them too much in the placements because they've been getting knocked out early, but they have been getting these kill points. And that's going to be the end of Storm. So we've seen LMV, Shockwave, and RESQ all knocked out very early in this Miramar match, which is really going to look to shake up the rankings a little bit here. However, Panda with 6 kills and Most Wanted taking a scrap. They need to try and recuperate some of these kills as Ads is just dodging this spray, but he's going low. Chip damage is going to be enough, and that's going to be the end of him. That is Swat69 taken out as Most Wanted.
That was Blast.
Just able to claw their way through that.
Yeah, it was Blast was actually able to come up and actually help this fight against Swat69 and take out the member while they were fighting against Most Wanted. Looks like now it's going to be Clear, just going to be waiting for these last stragglers to come in and taking the shots onto Most Wanted, as we do lose Savage from the game now. So only 7 teams left. Most Wanted, Hardman losing Ads. It's going to only be Hardman, the IGL, left alive from his team. Clear now turning their sights onto Team Doom. The grenade just a little bit shy as the circle does come further once again for the consecutive time. Down the southeast, we do lose Most Wanted out in 7th position as everyone, we got four teams in this one singular compound that they're all going to be fighting within the buildings here.
Cool fact as well, only XTEAM and Panda are the only teams who are in top 8 right now left in this lobby. We this is a battle of the bottom, effectively. A lot of our teams who are looking to try and recuperate the points from a rougher start of the day are now in this running to get some pretty decent placement points to start to bring that bottom end up to join up with the top side. Losing some of these bigger teams early has been really, really big for them. And there's still 16 people, so there's still plenty of kill points available, as it looks like XTEAM have found Panda and Clear at the same time, as this fight is going to get really, really scrappy. TSC are also in this compound, so it is very close. It's Clear under fire here from XTEAM. Samo's going low, and that should just be enough to find the knock. May have just found the kill as well, as Panda actually have a knocked member themselves. 3 members of Panda are alive. Doom in the building. Everybody is just in separate buildings taking pot shots at each other right now. This final circle is looking to be pretty messy here for our teams, as Conqueror are the only ones outside of a building right now, and Panda as well, as Panda find themselves a knock onto Clear. That's 11 kills for Panda. They are on fire right now, having such a good comeback into game number 4.
Clear is just feeding kills all these. The fatal mistake they made here, they crashed on the north side of the building, which was the closest to them. But then Team X team had the visuals on. They should have crashed onto that side, the Panda side, because they were down into the dips there. They would have been able to all get in. And right now it's only okay left from Clear. That was just bad mistake from them, and they could have been all 4-man up, but are unfortunately only 1 left alive. They're going to be very weak if Panda does end up crashing onto them. But here we have a fight about to erupt between TSC and Doom as they're setting it in. I mean, he's gromming into the crossfires. Wardy and Action just kind of face to face, just comes into the little room, just a little bit of a different angle. They can hear the footsteps just over to his left as he does back away, maybe trying to get to his teammate, but as Action does get knocked, so it gives them just a little bit more time. But the nade does flush out Marley, so it's only Broody left alive from TSC Legends, throwing the grenade just on the other side of the doorway that he knows that Doom is at. All right, 1 versus the world. Can he clutch this up?
They're going in. He's got the nade out. He's got the wrong thing. That's so bad for him. He knocks himself with his own nades, taken out. That is TSC eliminated. And we are down to 5 teams, Monica. XTEAM, Clear, Conqueror, Doom, and Panda. Panda, honestly, having an amazing showing, considering they're not in the building, and it looks like they're finding another member. Conqueror being eliminated. Panda up to 13 kills right now. You see, having an amazing showing. They haven't got that position on the building right now, but we'll see if they can get themselves into position as the circle looks to close even closer towards those buildings. So Panda are going to literally have to make their way uphill to be able to get involved in all of this action. But for now, Team Doom and XTEAM are looking to take each other out, maybe trim this down a little bit more. Doom 5 kills on the board as Clear have found themselves another kill. They've found themselves another drop. And that is going to be okay, picking that one up for Clear. This is a good bounce back. 6 kills for Clear. They are one of our bottom teams right now. So for them to be able to come through here Absolutely fantastic stuff for them. Really, really needed for some of these teams as the grenade goes down. And that is going to be another knock coming through as Panda are closing in on the action. Looking to try and find the spray. Looking to try and find a couple extra kills here. But that's going to be clear going down as Panda have got themselves 14. XTEAM going low as well. It looks like they could be under fire as Panda are closing and just starting to bully their way forward into this compound to try and get themselves a nice position. Zaza going so low. Panda is 1v2ing members right here. That's XTEAM out. They're looking for Doom as well. Can they find the damage? I think they can.
Come on.
This should just be it. Panda coming up absolutely huge here. Looking for the knock. Able to
He gets a
find
knock.
it. Fosty's managing to get himself one, but Panda close it out. 15 kills. Their second chicken dinner of the day. Absolutely fantastic game from Panda.
That, I mean, oh my God, there's so much to break down in there, but Panda just, I mean, they're just showing us, you know, China #1 every single time. This is the second, like you said, they were just on fire in terms of kills. They were throwing the great utility usage at the end there where they were against Doom Frosty. They had threw the Molotov, Doom Frosty on fire and not in the good way. And they just, you know, took him down about halfway health and it was just kind of all jump out, overwhelm him, isolate the kill and get the last kill of the game and the chicken dinner. So, I mean, Panda, they were in second place overall before this game. 1,000,000%. They have now jumped up into first place with a 31-point game.
This makes such a big difference as well because keep in mind, look at our standings right now. These are bottom teams getting 18, 14 points, you know, able to really drag themselves up. Panda have absolutely just rocked past all of the other front runners right now. But as we move into the second part of the match ranking, we'll be able to see that we lost a lot of our top teams very early. You can see Storm ended that game with 3 points. LMV, 3 points. Shockwave, 3 points. RESQ got 0 points. These are teams who were very high. RESQ were 5th before this. They had 30 points. And now they're still on 30 when Panda were on 51. They just gained another 30 points. They are miles ahead of the other teams now. And this is really going to shake up the match standings going into our 5th and final game of the day. And it could really change things up going into day 2 and might make everything a little bit tighter than expected.
Yeah, Panda was like, hey, we got 29 points, 14 kills the first game. We've got to one up ourselves and do even more. And this time around, they got the 16 kills and 31 total points. So right now, they're just kind of competing with themselves. But for these teams, the ones that are kind of right below the cusp of the top 8 for qualifiers, this is what they want. They're like, hey, we just want, no, rather than have a team that was below us win the game and score higher, we want that #1 team just keep getting all the points, take the points from everyone. So we have a little more easier of a time to get into the top 8. But anyway, we are down to our very last match of the day. We're going to head out for a short break and come back for the last Erangel today in day #1.
everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL qualifiers. We have had an amazing start to our first day here of the 3 days we've got, but we are on to, unfortunately, our final game of the day. We're dropping back on, oh God, I've had a brain fart. Where are we dropping?
Erangel.
Erangel, there we go. Sorry, I wanted to say Miramar. I was like, that was the last map. I just like a complete brain fart.
No.
Yeah, we're going back to
I'd be so
Erangel
happy
once
those two
again.
Miramars.
A Miramar was
Yeah,
great. That was an amazing ending, and just kind of hitting on that fourth game. Panda got their second win of the day. Kind of expected, but what we didn't expect was Doom jumping from 10th to 5th place. We didn't expect, a bunch of the bottom teams really pulling themselves up the standings off the bottom of that. So massive turnaround, and another good game for some of those bottom teams like Doom and stuff. They could be in for a good spot going into game number 2, right, Monica?
Yeah, the play I really wanted to highlight, I think it was really the pivotal kind of decision, or like that really kind of swayed the game into Panda's favor at the end, was going to be Clear OK. So remember, they Clear crashed that stalls building. They lost all 3 of the members. Only OK left from his team. He was sitting nice and pretty in the corner of the stalls after Doom came and wiped TSC in the adjacent building. Doom, 2 of them pushed up ahead into the stalls, and that's where Clear OK had the 1 versus 2. He stayed real nice and quiet, killed one, and then killed the other. And that took Doom down to only 2 players and basically gave the game to Panda, because now at that point, they were the only team. They were fighting into the building. They were outside, but Doom did not have the fighting power and capabilities to defend Panda from getting in. And I think that's what really sealed the deal for Team Panda to get the chicken dinner in Miramar. But here we go. Enough about Miramar. Let's get on into Erangel. And hey, this is a really similar playing path to the 3rd game, wasn't it, Hiprain?
Yeah, very close. Actually, we've been like every Erangel playing today is just, the path has been fantastic. Being able to really allow the teams to spread out. Obviously, that does mean we probably get a bit of a slower game, just because people will be spread out at the beginning, but the teams will be very happy with that. Maybe we'll see a bit of a shake up in the circle, because we've had very central circles so far. I think the last one was pretty much near or on top of Pachinki, very close to it at the least. So we'll see where the circle starts to close in on. But for now, teams are going to be pretty happy going to where they want to do. We're seeing actually LMV do the exact same thing they did in game number 3, dropping on Primorsk, but hidden, actually going towards Ferry. And I'm not sure if that's the same team. No, because it was RESQ last time who dropped at Ferry. They're actually shaking it up. So this is that adaptation I was talking about. LMV dropped on Ferry, lost 2 members, and then basically played the entire round on the back foot. They did place okay, but they weren't able to find too many kills. So we'll see where they're going. But look at that circle.
I love these military base circles, because here it's I mean, theoretically it could go main island, it could go military base island. I think some of these teams, though, they're going to be like, I'm thinking it's going to be military base. For Storm Gaming, this would be so strong for them, be able to clean up on 5. I don't know why Luna is here, because usually 5 threats goes to Pachinki, so I don't know if she accidentally pulled the sheet a little bit too early, teleported here for whatever reason, but she is very separated from the rest of her team in Pachinki. I think it's all up to her to survive here, and I think she's just trying to try to disengage from here. Clearly saw another player that was going to be Storm Gaming land in the exact same spot as her. But for Storm, if they can just kind of wrap it up, get the loot that they can, set up a bridge camp here, because they know these teams are going to be sending it across the bridge to get there, and they could be set up to really rack up a hell of a lot of kills in this match in Erangel. Yeah, there it is. Luna I'm just gonna get out of here, go back to Pinky. Yeah, she's like, I don't want any part of this.
Interesting drop there, to be honest. Maybe it was a scouting drop, I don't know, but it's gonna cost a lot of time for Luna, because now she's not gonna get the opportunity to loot as much. Might have to rely on the team to kind of bring some stuff for her.
Like
Storm, like you said, set up for success. If this circle closes in on them, which it could do, they're in a very good position right now.
Yeah, definitely. So Clear Esports doing their little school and apartments split. I think really good for them because apartments, they definitely have a lot of the like utility spawns that you're gonna be able to get really set up with smokes, with grenades, those really important ones. Flash grenades, we do have them. I don't really see that many people using them. 69 Nima, what? Okay, so jumping. Oh, I thought he was just like straight. He's like, I don't have time to go down all the stairs. I'm gonna jump out, but clever for him, landing on the windowsill, just minimal fall damage. I thought he was like literally jumping off the 3-story and going to take heavy damage for him. But all right, so X team got Swat 69 still sharing in Yasnaya. For them, the circle being so far from them, this is going to be really bad rotation for X team and Swat 69 because they're going to have to rotate through multiple teams, through Lipkova, through the kind of shelter area, through all of Milta to try to get in. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a more kind of west or eastern bridge rotation from them to get onto that eastern side of military base.
Keep our eyes on Swat because they had an alright go in that last game. It was a bad. It's been a bad start to the day, but Miramar has shaken things up, and it's given me hope for some of these bottom teams because I was starting to get a bit worried that day one was going to be a rough one, and they'd have to go off and then figure out what they need to work on throughout the rest of the day. But for the rest of the weekend, but. Good turnaround for a bunch of the teams. Some of them placing in newer places. I want to say what really went wrong for Savage, Shockwave, and Storm, to be honest, because they've all had a really good start, and then Miramar just was a complete kneecapping for them. They got really ruined. But for now, everybody's starting out nice and chill. This is the final game of the day. Nobody's really looking for any action. They want to set up and place as well as possible, get as good a points as possible. It's definitely a tamer start to our 5th game and final game of the day.
Yeah, they definitely need to restart that kind of. The ball had so much momentum and they kind of like fell off the rails. So definitely need to get that ball on up, get it on back. Luna, she just cannot catch a break here because she was able to swim across, get up here, and I mean she doesn't have any maybe she has one gun, one first aid, one boost. Try to smoke it out. But we got Hidan from LMV, and I think she's able to just slip on by as the rest of her team, 5 threats now meeting up to be a full-fledged team. Before it was just the one threat that was Luna, but Hidan, remember he landed the one a little bit separated from his team, and usually we see his IGLing kind of from a distance. He's usually a little bit more separated from them as we have LakoNostra getting the first knock of the match onto Swat 69.
Hidan is just honestly playing completely separated from the team and just scouting and trying to chip away at people. LMV are nowhere near Hidan right now. I don't even know if Hidan has a vehicle right now either.
Maybe.
But it looks
Maybe
like
he's just parked it so well that we don't see it.
Yeah. We are seeing Clear looking to set up to move south and just get himself into a good position for this circle. We'll see where the next circle closes in relatively shortly, actually. So for now, though, Swat 69 once again. Getting close to another team. This team have honestly always been on top of another team. I don't think I've ever seen them on their own throughout the whole 69,
day.
Yeah.
They're lonely. They just want to be next to people. They want to be by themselves. So yeah, very friendly. So they came out of Yasnaya, just came into this one compound down here. LakoNostra, we got Inori, their in-game leader, just a little bit further ahead, as we do have Storm Gaming having the fight with Blast on the distance. Circle is still coming on closer. It's up to, wow, we actually have Blast. So Blast, they were in military base. They came out to be centered a little bit more on the western side and just found themselves right in the middle of the web that was spun by Storm Gaming as we hop right on back to LakoNostra as 69. Swat 69, he gets a knock right outside the window. So, I mean, Inori a little bit too separate. The rest of the team couldn't really give him that much support as Bujo had to stop and heal on up. So 69, they're going to get a kill. Actually, they lost their IGL. Boy, and then they took the IGL, the in-game leader, away from team LakoNostra. So kind of like tit for tat. Now both IGLs are going to be leading them from the dead.
They've been having a rough game of it. Day of it really for the Nameless.
Yep.
Definitely not been the best day. They've been placing consistently low. They've been losing members early, and unfortunately for them, that does look to be continuing on. As I lose the ability to speak. Swat 69. Like I said, their placements haven't been amazing, but they have just been constantly fighting. So they've been racking up points in just off action. It's not been as higher points as some of the other teams, and it maybe might start to struggle as we move later on into the day, into the weekend, because if you're getting 6-7 points a game just from getting kills, you're going to struggle to keep up with the teams who are picking up more because of placement and kills. The teams like your Pandas and your Storms and your Shockwaves and stuff like that. So for now, though, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
Don't fix it.
Swat 69 have got one member of the Nameless completely separated. As there was that one team all the way up near Zaki, and they are a long way away.
That's Team Panda.
Is that
Team Panda?
Panda?
Yeah,
that's why they haven't got any kills yet.
We still okay. Call it right now. You think it's going main island or you think it's going military base? Because I have no idea at this point.
It's going bridge. I'm gonna say we're
going
gonna be
just keep centering on bridge. We're gonna have a good old bridge fight.
Yeah. That'd be messy. That'd be real messy if that's how we end.
So I think what kind of drags Storm away, and I wish Storm was set up on that bridge, because it looks like now they're going to get beaten by a different team to set up the bridge camp. LakoNostra actually finishing off one member of 69, so the fight still isn't over quite yet. XTEAM, they've got the control on the eastern bridge here as Team Savage. Esports, though, having one knocked on the bridge, not very good for them, but both of them just kind of spread out on either side of the road. So really, this is the toll. You need to pay a tax if you want to get across the bridge. So any of these teams trying, it's going to be impossible actually for any teams besides these two to try to cross on the eastern bridge. And even so, the western bridge too, it's going to be really hard for them. But this isn't even in the circle. So it's like at some point, these teams need to just get out of here and try to make their way in.
Great little setup there. Savage got themselves a little dip to hide under. XTEAM trying to force their way through, but Savage just have such a nice position on them. Cars in the dip as well means in a comfortable position, not going to get anybody popping those tires. You're backed up onto the water, so unless someone's got a sniper, you're going to be okay.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like we have Team XTEAM just kind of leaving this area. You can see them already leaving on the northern side on the downhill slope on this side of the road. So they're just gonna, once again, just, hey, we're just gonna get out of here and keep rotating and try to get in. Now on the northeastern side, 69, remember, there are only 2 players left alive after losing to the LakoNostra. So Nemo, that bug, I would be, cheeks clenched. Like, I don't really want to drive this thing in. Why is he fueling the buggy with that is about to be blown up? But maybe he doesn't want to put all of his eggs in one basket. We do have a car flipped on over, trying to go ahead and fix it, as most want to continue the rotation around the northern side.
This might be the first time I've seen Swat 69 not in a fight. Although they can see people, so there are people close to them. They are just looking to move themselves up with these buggies. TSC has a storm coming over the hill towards them. TSC have had a pretty rough day so far. Their placement has not been...
Oh, yeah.
It's not been impressive. There's no beating around the bush. They've not had a good day at all. So with one of these teams like Storm, who've been playing incredibly well, closing in on them, do need to be ever so careful. If you end today getting knocked out early again, tomorrow and Sunday, you're going to have to play your mind out if you're one of these bottom tier teams. Panda, been quiet from them. They were obviously up in the northwest, so haven't really been able to get near anybody yet, but they will be making their way down, and expect to see them start to stack up some kills, because that seems to be what Panda do. In fact, one of the members of Panda is actually miles away. I can see exactly who that is, but let's see where the circle's closing.
Okay, first. Where's it gonna go? Oh, military. Oh, it does go up. I wanted. I have seen one time. Okay, it was like this, but the opposite. It was just a slight sliver of the main island, and majority was the military base circle, and the next circle actually did shift onto the military base. So there is still a chance it might shift onto the bridge. They might force these teams onto it, but I think it's safe to say we got a main island circle at this point, and all these teams that kind of sent it onto the military island side, they're going to have to funnel now. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail to try to get onto this side of the bridge. But all these teams kind of blessed on the main island side. LMV, they're setting themselves up well here. They're kind of in quarry. They got a nice central positioning here. After losing Hidan, their in-game leader, but they do have one member of Conqueror. No, she's just hiding in the smoke. Like the smoke, it gives you protection, but it's also a dead giveaway of exactly where you're at. And it looks like Perks the Machina, able to find him out and get the knock and the flush in the middle of the smoke.
Absolutely fantastic shot there from Perks. Perks has really jumped out to me. He's been playing very, very well today.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really impressed by Perks. And that was a nice little knock there from LMV. Conqueror kind of got their backs to the wall. They haven't actually lost their player yet, but I don't think they're going to be up for too long. As Phantom trying to drop down, trying to see if they can get and save their teammate, but I don't think they're going to be able to. No, she a little bit too low right now.
Yep. Uh-oh. XTEAM being taken out by Doom in the distance. Actually, a lot of knocks and a lot of casualties from them. 5 threats. Still on the bridge. Looks like they backed up from the bridge where they were at, where they did kill Hidan, and they backed up into the warehouse. Back over there, we do have Conqueror. The fight is erupting, though. But we do see now, finally, the Doom versus Team XTEAM. We already saw a couple of casualties here. XTEAM only 2 players, while Doom still have all 4 and have collected 2 kills from their fight.
Doom, honestly, a real Cinderella story for them. Came into the 4th game in 10th place, so as far as you want to be 8, you want to be at least 8th, because that was a nice little shot there from Action, and Zaza going to be knocked in Action, should just be able to finish this one up. Doom looking to start and stack up some more kill points. They've already got 2, but should be 3 fairly shortly.
Only 1.
It's Doom looking to close in. Ooh, Action so close. And then they're going to look for the damage. They're going to look for the knock. That's going to be it from Ghoul. Ghoul finds the kill. That's actually a couple of Doom members down here. Really well played by Ghoul. But in they come with the knock. Jumping in, trying to find the damage down. Can Zero save the day? Ghoul is actually just popping off right now. So absolutely monstrous performance from them. And the Nameless gets knocked out while watching this. But I need to keep my eyes on Ghoul. Frosty is up. But Ghoul 1v4 right now for XTEAM. Absolutely incredible performance. They're trying to get Unreal up. Should be able to do so, but the nades are coming down. And this is just a horrible position for Ghoul to be in. Getting fired onto. Ghoul able to get himself a knock and the kill onto Frosty. And this might just be the 1v4. He's looking to make it happen. Everybody's knocked. Zero's coming in. Gonna take some spray. Got the health bar advantage to work with, though, here for Ghoul. And can Zero make this happen? Trying to shoot through the walls. Trying to shoot through the window. Trying to get that damage to Doom. Healing himself back up. Ghoul pokes around the head. Trying to get the kill. Trying to find that knock. Is able to do so. Ghoul has done it. 1 versus 4. Takes out Doom. An absolutely flawless performance from Ghoul.
I mean, I want to highlight the amazing 1 versus 4 from Psycho X Ghoul, but it was definitely a fatal error from Doom to try to push up. They literally did 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 and just gave him that opportunity to take him out of the lobby in 14th position. That was amazing for XTEAM, but just everything went wrong for Team Doom.
That just crumbled. By the way, it happened. Panda has picked up 4 kills out of nowhere. No, when we weren't looking, just picking up the kills. They finally made their way into the circle, and now they're looking to get involved in the action. Storm, though, are sitting at the top of the lobby right now. Those 6 kills, all 4 members alive. Shockwave find themselves in a potentially precarious situation here, all grouped up in that open top building. All it takes is 1 lucky nade, hitting fish in a barrel at that point.
Yeah, Storm Gaming coming across the bridge finally, taking up the exact compound where 5 threats were. So like Blast Esports did in the previous Erangel game, 5 threats able to identify the circles coming to them. We're probably going to have teams here and crash up here. Let's move. Let's scout after we get the information, get a little bit further in position. And I'm loving 5 threats, this little plateau area, able to save the vehicles. Luna, however, gets knocked to Storm Gaming. I think Storm, they're within the circle. It's not super hyper for them to, or important for them to come into the circle more. So I think Luna, she's getting smoked up by her teammates, will probably be able to get rezzed up from them, but it's going to be, I mean, the next step, if the circle shifts once more time to the northern side, it's going to be Storm Gaming right on the back door of Team 5 threats. Clear, just a little bit off to the side, prone on them, clear, okay, our kind of MVP from the last match, just landing the shots on the Storm and preventing them from overextending or aggressing out of the warehouse. So actually Clear is kind of helping 5 threats in this situation to be able to back up, give them the time to revive Luna.
Yeah, and honestly, Luna's been playing on the back foot the entire lobby just because of where she dropped and completely isolated. We are going to see this circle close in. I was wrong, by the way. It's definitely not going to be on the bridges. It looks like Ghoul has now been knocked out, and that has been the end of that team, unfortunately for them. But honestly, an amazing 1v4 from Ghoul. A couple other people have been knocked out in the meanwhile. But let's see where this circle's going. It's going to be a tight one no matter what. And there we are.
All right, so it's definitely going to be that northeastern crunch as all these teams outside circle are going to be looking here, but that is all open fields. You might find a hay bale, you might find a random shack to hide behind. 5 threats. Once again, it looks like 5 threats. Erangel is their match. Remember, they were in Pachinki, the circle. They ended up onto the hillside. They ended up in, I think, 3rd, 4th position, somewhere in there. Once again, gifted the center of the circle. Team RESQ also really favorable position from that massive compound. That's the biggest compound in the circle. They have the entire vantage point. I think they're going to be able to farm quite a bit of kills as all those teams on the outside are going to be sending it in, trying to find any sort of foothold within the circle. And you see them here as Team Conqueror from the kind of western side coming up on the side of this hill, really sharing it right with Clear Esports as one gets knocked down and it's going to be 2 left to try to get in.
Yeah, okay, like you said, having an absolutely amazing performance. Real MVP for the side of Clear. Finding that knock. Lovely stuff there. There's 33 players still alive, 10 teams in the mix, but the circle's getting smaller and smaller, so everybody's going to get more and more cramped now, so expect to see even more action break out as there is a great shot from Conqueror, actually, able to find themselves the knock on to one of the rescue members, but they are all quite separated as well, so getting to ticking time might not even be able to happen here. I have to see what the rescue can do. Can they rescue, excuse the pun?
Ooh, knockback.
Their player.
Yeah, you just got to stick this one out. Tick knocked upstairs. But, I mean, they're not with... I mean, now they've just barely made it into the circle, but they need to hold it here. Blood, though, he's got the M249 extended mag, 150 clips. As we see the utility come out and does get the knock on Itachi. It's going to be only his quick left alive, getting shot right into the backside. And that was just... I think it was just RESQ's game, or fight to win, because they were able to fan out, isolate him behind the box, and shoot him in the back while he was focused on a teammate.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from RESQ. The team who we did have high expectations for. 2 kills on the board. They're not really winning out that hard in that one. But LMV now getting completely sprayed on by Panda. Panda are losing members, though. They're down to just the 1.
Only 1.
Can they make the turnaround? Or is this going to be, again, another game where Panda somehow pull the miracle out? LMV have been eliminated. As we are down to the 8 teams, our final 8 teams. Panda not too fussed because they have got an incredible point lead over everyone else coming into today, but Lane going to be a little bit of a ways away from the circle. We'll see what this final circle is going to be out in the open as well. So it's going to be really about these vehicles, and Lane probably just going to be playing complete edge of the circle for... No, don't worry. It's going to die to the blue side. At the end of Panda going out in 10th place, 8th place, sorry, total. At the end of this, but Storm racking up a complete, well, just miles ahead of everyone in kills right now. 11 points. They got all of their teams
11
alive. Shockwave, another a good team placing pretty well. So we'll see how they're going to be pulling out, if they're going to be able to find themselves a couple of extra kills. are in the middle of a scrap right now as RESQ off in the distance. They're trying to find Phoenix behind that hay bale.
I mean, kudos to 69 for staying alive for this long, but it's going to be only Phoenix left alive. Only 3 kills found. I believe some of those were on LakoNostra before earlier in the game, but both of these teams, they're outside of the circle. Phoenix, all I can do is med, and he's got 7 first aids, but Shockwave, they're going to be a little bit more focused on trying to crawl their way in, but I mean, it's a really bad spot for them. They're on the flat grounds. It completely opens with 5T above them in the most favorable position, but we see in the minimap, RESQ, they're starting to make their move, and they're going to be right on the hillside next to 5T. So maybe this is fortunate for Shockwave because the attention is going to be drawn now from 5 threats onto Team RESQ, but RESQ getting shot in the head by Clear, as now they're going to be trying to prevent them from coming on over the top. You see Blood holding the utility, the grenade, trying to get an opening knock here, and he does get 1 knock cooked perfectly onto one of the members of Team Clear. He gets a couple of the hit markers onto another, but Clear, okay, he's like, we're not okay here. We got multiple casualties here as everyone is trying to fight on that southwestern side. But if you look out in the distance, there's only 1 team member out there that's just waiting in the field. So this is their opportunity to sneak their way in as everyone is fighting to be king of the hill.
Ending on a hill. You can see that this is RESQ. Tick getting knocked. Hyper also trying to get in there in time, but Shockwave looking to pick up a couple of kills. RESQ losing a member now. They do find themselves a knock in response, but that's going to be another one for Shockwave. Blood going to go down. Actually able to find himself a kill on the way out, and Shockwave are eliminated. RESQ just suddenly racked 6 kills up out of nowhere, and Coyote should be able to get picked up. Storm's going to drop as well. Clear is sitting at the top, and so are the rest of the... It's going down to all of the teams at the bottom once again, apart from RESQ. So it's been a fantastic
once again, this is what we want to see.
Teams as most wanted are going to get knocked out. Vindex just going to try and heal up a little bit here as the fight is breaking out. It's a little bit scrappy over there. RESQ prone, trying to make their way through. It's a nice position here for 5T. He got himself in a really good spot, and a great bomb goes off. Able to pop another member, knocking people down. Clear, all 4 members alive. 5T, all 4 members alive. RESQ only got 2. Can they play interruption here? We'll have to see as they're in the ditch right now. Clear have the high ground. They're spraying down, throwing smokes, throwing molotovs. Just trying to keep 5 threats under control.
I mean, 5 threats are now down to basically 2 threats, right? Yeah, basically down to 2 threats. RESQ Hyper, once again, last player left alive from his team. Same thing as in match number 3 in Erangel. So Nymad and Antho, you can't count them out yet, though. However, very strong team within this lobby. Clear, like you said, above the hill on them, keeping their eyes sights on them. I like Antho taking the, taking the opportunity to come out wide, being on the field. If I was him, though, I'd blow up some of these wheels, some of these cars. Another team can't do it for him. Finds Hyper. There's actually 1 more player left alive from Team RESQ. That's going to be Coyote as we're down to our final 3. Antho on the open. Clear. It might be their game to finally win.
Oh, Clear going to do it. They're looking for it. They got Coyote. That's going to be the end of RESQ. So we are down to a 4 versus 2. And Clear have the high ground. They have the man advantage. Anfo is so far away. If one of these members, one of these 5 threats members gets knocked, they're in for a whole world of hurt because they're away from their team, and that's going to be the knock. This should just be the finish up. Clear are going to look to end the day with the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely fantastic game for Clear there, closing out in style.
Yeah, that was, I mean, Clear, they just kept all 4 up. We talk about resource management. What about player management? They're able to keep all 4 players up alive, and that's exactly what you do because that makes it so much easier to win out the game. They have a hell of a lot of kills. And, I mean, 5 threats are able to stay. They haven't been able to just close out a game yet. They've gotten into the top, 5, I think, 2 Erangel games today, but they just weren't able to finish it out. And Antho, it was very good for him. I think that's definitely what secured the 2nd place for him because they could have definitely gone out in 3rd place if they had stayed over on that hill because that's how RESQ did end up going out. But because he swung out wide, he left himself as just a little bit on the downhill, using the buggy as a little bit of protection. So he was able to survive into 2nd place, and then it was just GG's from there. Clear just fanning out, dispatching one to the left, to the right, cutting off all the angles, and getting the last kill of the match. So what a way to end the day. And let's take a look at the scores to see how these teams did finish up. Here's the scores from just this past match. 11 kills from Clear Vision Esports.
And wow, Panda not in the top 8 either. Clear Vision really needed that as well. So that's an amazing turnaround for this team. And this kind of really goes back to the adaptation I was talking about. You know, the teams at the bottom, the onus is on them to adapt, not on the top teams. The top teams, they can keep doing what they're doing. And we saw some adaptation. Clear changed up their game plan and they really pulled this game out. Most Wanted as well. Most Wanted have been placing pretty bad for the entire time. Sure, they didn't get any kills in that game, but they still got 6. They still got 8 points. And keeping yourself relevant at this point is super important. So very, very impressive stuff. Our last 2 games have really shaken up things a little bit, especially with Panda getting knocked out even lower in this ranking. I mean, we'll see exactly where they place here. They placed 9th. They only got 5 points there. They should still be sitting at the top at the end of the day. LMV, though, some serious questions for me. We really bigged them up to be a team that we were excited for coming into today, as you know, this very experienced roster, been together for a very long time. Everyone had high hopes for this team, but at the end of the day, it's been it's just been a bad performance from LMV today. They've really not shown up too much, and you know, it's on them now. They got 2 more days. They've got 10 games left over the next 2 days to turn stuff around, because their placements haven't been that great. Their kills haven't been that great, so their points aren't going to be that good. We should have the scoreboard fairly soon as well, so we can talk through that and kind of see where we are at the end of the day. Going into Saturday's matches, Panda will take the lead, 17 points above Shockwave, 87 points total for them. It's Shockwave in second, Storm in third. Clear Vision, after an amazing turnaround the last 2 games, have moved themselves up to 4th place, RESQ in 5th, 5 Threats in 6th, Savage Esports in 7th, and then XTEAM in 8th with 37 points. So there's a big difference between 1st and 8th, but you know, as long as you're in that 1 to 8, you're very happy right now. But there are a few teams who we've seen not in that top spot, which maybe we expected to. So Monica, I'm going to go to you because you know, this is more your expertise. What surprised you about today? What teams are you surprised by? The dark horses, you know, how are you feeling about everything at the end of the day?
Yeah, I think Panda really has even though they only got the 5 points in this last match, it's like when a team does so well, even an average game is just bad. You know, anything besides winning the game with a ton of kills, we're just like, oh, they had a bad game, even though in reality it was a pretty just average performance for them. For these teams down below, I mean, Team Doom, they're definitely still in it. We saw a great game come out from them from Miramar. They're not that far. I think 4th to 8th is just in like that 40-point range. So they definitely still have the chance to get up there. Blastum Esports, I mean, we got Snowix on that team. He was the PMCO MVP from this last split in his region. So, I mean, he's really trying to go for that MVP. I mean, if he still wants it, they definitely need to show up the second day and third day to get back up in the top 8 and really perform. But, I mean, we talked about it at LMV. I'm really surprised by them, hoping they can get a little bit higher on the leaderboards. But for all these teams, I mean, 1 day so far, still have time to turn it around, but it's going to get progressively harder and harder as the more points and more scores do rack up. So, I mean, top 8, we'd love to see when there's a fighting chance for a big number of teams and not just like, hey, top 8, they're so far ahead, no chance whatsoever for the bottom half. But I think a lot of these teams, they're still in it. We could have a bottom team just perform out of their minds in match day or day 2 and 3, and they could still make it into PMPL. Remember, top 8, that's what we're going for.
Yeah, I think if you're in that bottom 8, it is really on you now to just like come into tomorrow on fire. You can't play passively. You have to be aggressive. You have to get the good drops. You have to get yourself in good positions and start taking fights, because placement is great, but you are starting to really, really slip. And you know, we've seen some teams play passively and then just getting wiped before getting like maybe more than 2 kills, and it's starting to hurt some of these bottom teams. And you know, LMV, one of these teams who I think have been playing fairly passively, to be honest. They had that one game where they our game number 3 versus RESQ, where you know, Hidan was able to buy a lot of time with the rest of the team, able to kind of come in with cavalry and turn that around. Maybe Hidan should be dropping with the rest of the team and they should be playing together as a unit instead of playing really, really spread out, because, you know, that is probably hurting them a little bit, being 3 versus 4 in some situations, because Hidan's miles away. But yeah, I think we've got a few things, you know, there's a few outliers. You know, I want to note Flick. I think Flick, you know, especially in the first 3 games, was absolutely brilliant to watch, a real menace. I think also Clear OK as well, another real standout player in those last 2 games, has really turned it around for that team. They've gone from bottom 8 to top 8 in 2 games. And OK has been a very big part of that as well. So, we're starting to note a few players to watch, right, Monica?
Yeah, we're starting to definitely see. And remember, at the end of the day, PUBG Mobile is a survival game. It's great to have a win, but you're really going for those points. And Shockwave is one of those teams that really showcase that. They're in top 3 with 0 wins. All the teams, the 2 teams above them and the 2 teams below them, or a few teams below them, are also, they each have the wins. That's why they're up there. But Shockwave just consistently able to get that top placement. Actually, they have more kills than placement. So just really being a top frag heavy team and able to get the points that way has secured the 3rd place so far in day 1 for them. So these teams, I mean, like a lot of these teams, they've showed us what they're made out of, and some of these teams, we're still waiting on them. We're still waiting to see what they can do.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how some teams come up tomorrow. Obviously, that is unfortunately the end of our first day here at the PMPL qualifiers, but we'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, so make sure you tune in to watch the next set of 5 games, and we're going to see how everything's going to be turning out by the end of day 2. Completely forgotten how to speak, Monica. Monica, thank you very much for joining me. You've been an absolute pleasure. Guys, we will see you tomorrow
Been fun.
for more PUBG Mobile action. See you then.
Bye, guys. See ya.